Let's do it real quick. Yeah, maybe you can introduce like the journal. This is the math. Hey, Jenna. Yeah, if you were like trying to sit over here, I would say some of those seats are a little dirty.
Start at 6 o'clock. And like,
That was hold on.
Ria?
Yeah, I think she will want to get food. But
the other one. Oh, sorry, Connor. The mic on the right doesn't work with the rest of it.
Okay, we probably won't use mics since they activated it.
Yeah.
So,
Let's see where we come from.
Connor, yeah, fresh, yeah.
maybe it's fresh like before you start thinking.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Yeah. Also, let's turn the light. Can we adjust the lights now that we're beforehand? You remember?
She should be good.
We moved the seat down. To be honest. Whatever screen partner sharing is not correct.
We what? What do you mean?
Whatever screen you're sharing is not correct.
All right, let me take that. Alright. Yeah, this part should be brighter. Start. I am present. No.
You still have the slides there. Dude, I tried it yesterday, it still works. There it is. Yeah. On the S code. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, we can do in this world.
Oh, yes.
Whatever you want. The dog carrying. So like, they didn't think it was. We gave it.
Yeah, much better. A little bit darker. Slightly darker. Awesome.
You think you can hit the car a little bit more?
That.
I think it's, don't do more.
Sorry, that.
But it's focused. It does not work. When you dog carrying it,
Reread this. Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't stop there.
when you.
Screen.
I teach.
Shit.
I'm sorry.
Make sure you're muted. If
Yeah.
You're not muted.
Oh, I'm about to grab it.
Okay.
Also, it's all a little bit camera, a little bit. I guess I'm just. Yes. So. That's the last. You want to try to. You're responsible.
I have everything like set up on this laptop. I mean, I like that, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Is there any way we can?
I'll take a look.
Why is it?
I just skipped it.
Justin, the screen share did not show up on the movie. Maybe it's the issue with this, with the Zoom one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that would be really impressive, yeah.
And like you said, it requires. But
Probably judge one of my, I was taught it. Or like, I didn't know. Why did you get this? So I just did it back. I was on the other side.
Oh, yes, it is.
I like it this all.
Maybe have.
I was thinking of
It's not on the law. I guess. It was nice to do
Anything else,
I think it's pressure.
Thank you.
I know, I'm saying that out of a window.
it's not an instrument.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I hear you.
Long day and also a long day today.
Yeah.
If I could do that, I'll good.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is the.
I'm Jordan. Nice to meet you.
Oh, okay. No pressure.
so do you have a job one day?
Yeah, I'll be starting.
It's working for y'all.
Yeah.
I'll be going in the measurements. Back in the office, so my parents were out. I'll be back.
Oh, that's good.
Must be my child's care.
Yeah, yeah, that's a lot of pressure. But that's. I can do that.
Is it?
Last couple of days, so.
And I also was there, I was thinking, Jones left. Like I said, why is that so? Appearance. And most.
Very free.
It's like, oh, it's not like that.
You're scared, no, not supposed to be.
Oh, that's.
Go to the next one.
It'll be nice. Yeah, that's it.
Right?
The neighborhood of the problem is you're really proud of it.
Did it work? Okay, cool.
Go back.
You have to. And then even if they don't just talk to one serious side into my own house, and then maybe people have to go on the check this. It's like, oh, this is really just a great solution.
Oh, what happened?
Hey, good afternoon. How's it going? It's good. This like general area, like. Each one has a general. You can look right now, it's not a general score. And then it's around 7.5, I think.
A lifetime.
No, it just like the tips. That's it.
Hey everyone, we'll get started in about 5 minutes.
Oh, I saw that. It was like, oh, you know, it's not like,
So there you go. You're good at that. Look, I'm Oh, yeah.
So when order to. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. So welcome to the Spring 24 Build Team Demo Day.
I'm Connor. I'm the current build team director. This is Aria, the vice president, and Ayush, the president. Uzma couldn't be with us today, but she's our forge director. So this is a quick overview of Demo Day. We're going to be doing the opening ceremony right now, and then we'll head straight into pitches. Teams will have 5 minutes to give their pitch for the project they've been building the entire semester. And we'll have 18 pitches total. After the block A, we'll go into an intermission where we'll have dinner. And then after block B, we'll go into judge deliberation, which will be followed by the award ceremony. So I'd like to give, first of all, a round of applause for our judges, our wonderful judges who are here. Then we'll go ahead and introduce them. First. So, Professor Spinuzzi, would you like to give a short introduction for yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Clay Spinuzzi, teaching the Department of Rhetoric and Writing. I teach a course called Writing for Entrepreneurs. Everybody should take it. And I've been studying pitches for the last 10 years.
Hello, I'm Professor Higginbotham. I am the director for the Center for Integrated Design.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gardner. I teach in the School of Information and Data Science for Population Health. I also work as a data scientist for Don Newman. I in School of Information also right now teach digital accessibility and accessible user experience, and also direct the capstone program. So capstone for yesterday, so very glad to get that out of the way.
Hey, I'm Jenna. I'm a Texas Convergent alum. I was product lead for 4 semesters, did the built-in program as well, and the senior finance PhD major. So graduating in a couple weeks, super excited for that. And afterwards, I'll be working in management consulting, which I had experience in this past summer as well.
Hi guys, I'm Anishka. I'm a Convergent alum as well. I started with Convergent my freshman year. I'm a mechanical engineering and design student, and I've also graduated in this.
And then on to just a quick overview of Build Teams. So many of you have been in Build Teams before, are currently in Build Teams, so you know what we do. But Build Teams is a semester-long product development program where students get to experience the entire phase, all of the phases of the classical product development cycle. You'll go from design thinking, coming up with a problem, building a solution throughout the semester, and then presenting it here at Demo Day at the end of the year, learning a whole bunch of useful skills along the way in our workshops and just with hands-on learning. So on to our wonderful cases. Health Tech is a case that focuses on community wellness, individual health, and addressing key areas such as access to health resources, mental health, physical well-being, sports technology, and a whole range of topics. Can I get a quick round of applause for the leads? And then we have FinTech. So FinTech focuses on areas across finance, enterprise markets, startups, blockchain, anything that involves finance this case touches. Can I get a quick round of applause for the leads? And then we have AI. So AI focuses on creating products that tap into artificial intelligence. They dig deeper than just even going to like use ChatGPT or something like that. They implement their own models and tackle real world problems. They get a quick round of applause for the leads. They have digital arts and media. Digital arts and media is a very creative team. They focus on product-related gaming, image, film, mixed media, arts, museums, anything in those spaces. Can I get a quick round of applause for the lead? And then IoT, Internet of Things. This is our hardware case. They focus on combining software and hardware to solve real-world problems. Can I get a quick round of applause for the lead? And then finally, we have social impact. So social impact focuses on creating problems that include tackling pressing social issues in the areas like sustainability, equitability, and just creating a more socially responsible world. And they get a quick round of applause for the leads. And with that, we'll be heading into our pitches. So could I get Stampede to come up on stage? And then could I have Bridgeville to come up on standby?
Thank you.
Man, I'm stuck in Jester all day. I wish I had some friends to explore Austin with.
Whoa, y'all hear that? You better come with me. I think I hear a stampede. Howdy, welcome to Stampede. My name is Seth.
I'm Via.
I'm Avril.
I'm Pavar.
This is Friday the Horse, and this is the rest of the team behind Stampede. Stampede is an app that looks to connect individuals to the AR exploration of the city and community around them. See, we asked around and found that a whopping 82% of Austin residents didn't know the beautiful city around them very well. On top of that, 68% of new residents reported a below average experience making new friends. So what's leading to all these lonely riders?
Well, we lost the concept of third spaces, and being a new resident in a big city like Austin can be pretty intimidating. There's no centralized place for people to socialize and connect. Additionally, newcomers lack the guidance in maximizing their connection with the city. On top of all that, even Austin locals lack the incentive to get out of their comfort zone, especially as we get increasingly online. So, how can we fix this? Let's ride over to Solution Saloon. With Stampede's interactive map and camera, explorers can navigate through the city with ease. Additionally, explorers are then rewarded with badges as they explore each location in Austin. However, it's not just about exploration. Through Stampede's event tracking and party invite features, users are encouraged to create a meaningful community and connect with others. Furthermore, Stampede's design pays homage to the unique culture of Austin through our Western theme. Stampede also rewards users with stamps, each stamp unique to your location in Austin. With Stampede, you're not just navigating through an urban landscape, you're also embarking on an unforgettable journey through Austin's weird West frontier.
Now saddle up and let's see Stampede in action. We open to the familiar city around us. What do we want to do today? Maybe we want to grab a bite. Maybe we want to check out UT graduation and plan a trip then. You know what? Let's visit the tower. Stampede's Find Group feature makes it really easy to seamlessly join and then subsequently message a group. Let's send a message to our group letting them know how excited we are to see them. Now that we're at the tower with our group, let's use Stampede's camera and AR overlay to make a memory that can only be captured through Stampede. Oh, hey Friday. Now saving our picture and navigating over to our user profile, under the Landmarks tab, we can see our unique UT Tower stamp as well as our Austinite badge reflected at the top. Stampede's user profile system makes it really easy to see how others have chronicled their journey through exploring Austin. To put Stampede together, we coupled a React Native front end with a Firebase backend. But what makes Stampede the winning horse to bet on? Well, compared to our competitors Yelp, Google Maps, and Bumble, Stampede provides landmark info, community features, AR interface, and unique gamification through stamp collection that sets us apart and provides a unique user experience that can't be replicated.
Now, let's talk market. Our total addressable market is 1.03 million users, which represents the sum of the total population of Austin and the yearly movers to Austin. Our serviceable addressable market is 430,000 users, and our serviceable obtainable market is 15,000 users, which is the number we believe we can attain after the first year. Now, let's go ride our horse to the market. There are 50,000 UT students, and we want to target that because we have an affiliation to that community. We want to get our app in front of 5,000 faces to convert to 1,000 downloads. There are three key ways we believe we can attain this. First, we will use brand ambassadors. So this will include student athletes and figures on campus that have strong influence and visibility on campus. Next, we will partner with businesses on campus and that businesses that have strong connection to Austin, such as Cabo Bob's, because they will be able to emphasize that city theme. And lastly, we'll host community events. Here in the front lawn, where a lot of UT students pass by to increase exposure, and we'll provide discounts and exclusive offers to increase positive word of mouth. In terms of our business model, we'll start year one completely free and ad-based to get as many users as possible onto the platform. And then after year two, you'll transition to a freemium model. So we'll keep the standard plan, but then include a premium $5 per month gold rush model. And that will help us price discriminate and get users who are more invested in the platform and want an ad-free experience and more exclusive offers. And that'll help us increase profits exponentially. We're already very excited about what we have right now, but we have big plans for where we want to take Stampede in the future. We love to integrate limited time events, a leaderboard and heat map to make it even more interactive with your friends, rotating quests, public transportation integration, coupons, and more. See, at the end of the day, Stampede is an app that looks to bring individuals together and make sure they have fun while they're doing it. We want to make sure that everyone can look back on their time in Austin and feel satisfied that they've become a true Austinite while doing so. So with that being said, we want to thank you for your time. And I think I hear it coming. The Stampede. Saddle up. Join Stampede. Thank you.
So I guess my question is, how do you guys plan on maintaining a sustainable competitive advantage where, in the sense that other students, student orgs or startups can't replicate what you're doing? Because I feel like I see some version of this every semester where there are community events and they're giving out free stuff for the PCL. How do you plan to, I guess, make sure that other people can't imitate what you're doing?
So a big part of what we're looking to do is bring the social connection with it. With the stamps, you add collectability. It's not just coupons, although that is a big part of it. We want to make sure that you can go around and feel like you're completing the game of it. With that too, we want to bring in residents that are already experienced with what they're doing. So we have a prestige system to make sure that all our experienced users come back and help our new users. And just to add, our app will benefit from network effects. So as more users join, they'll get more advertisers because advertisers want to reach a larger user base. And so that will help also attract more advertisers, and it'll keep a cycle because users will join to get more exclusive offers and discounts.
What do y'all plan to do with the data?
We plan to use the data to improve our app because looking forward, we want to use Austin as a testing ground and use the student base to really understand how our users are interacting with our app. So by using the data and understanding it, we think that we can expand into other cities, see what themes might fit other cities and more established populations like Chicago or New York, which might not fit the Western archetype that we're trying to create through this app for Austin. So we think that by leveraging all this student data and all the engagement, we think we can roll it over into future years, bigger things.
We have time for one more question.
How did you decide your problems? Well, how did you size your market? Like, was there any user A/B test? If so, what questions, what sample size? Can you show the appendix of this?
Yeah, yeah, the next one. Yeah. So we had survey responses, about 50 survey responses. And we basically targeted both Austin locals, so people who had a lot of experience in the city, as well as new residents to Austin. And that largely comprised of college students who might have moved from Houston or Dallas. In terms of the market, what's your one of your
How did you study that? How did you get to this 15K? Like, what makes you think this is what you can achieve within very quickly?
Yeah, so we broke it into two specific markets. One is the current population of Austin, and one is the number of yearly movers to Austin. We did the serviceable addressable market to make it 20 to 40 because we think that's like a market that will be most likely to use the app. And then we selected that we think we can get like 3% of yearly movers to Austin that are age 20 to 40, and 8% of yearly movers to Austin that are age 20 to 40, and 3% of people living in Austin that are age 20 to 40.
And another contributing factor towards this calculation is the steady 10,000 new students that join UC every year. So we think that forces us to keep our app relevant with all the numbers and just how we present ourselves, because we're constantly having to update and keep ourselves relevant to a newer student base with the younger age group.
Thank you, Stampede. Come up on standby.
Meet Maria, a recent immigrant navigating English proficiency in America. One day, Maria found herself in the emergency room where she underwent rigorous treatment. After the treatment, she was finally relieved. However, this all changed when she received her medical bill. Once receiving her medical bill, she had so many questions. First of all, she couldn't understand all the complex medical terminology on the bill. Secondly, she didn't know if the prices she was being charged for were reasonable at all. And finally, she had a hard time understanding the bill because English wasn't her strongest language. Now, the bill was all too complex for Maria to handle, so she decided to not go through with further treatment. As a result, her health deteriorated, and this discouraged Maria from going through with further treatment. Now, Maria is not the only one who faces these challenges. 84% of people who are new to the US healthcare system have difficulties understanding their medical bill. And over 65% of people who don't speak the local language face barriers to US healthcare. So, how do we bridge this gap in knowledge in medical bills?
Introducing Bridge Bill, the billing assistant your health deserves. So, here's the flow of our presentation, and this is our team. Bridgebill is a website that simplifies medical bills, empowering immigrants through education and transparency. So, how does it work? When a user hops onto the website, they'll first select the language that they're native in to continue viewing the website in. They'll then upload a PDF of their medical bill, and then they'll be taken to a page which simplifies all this medical terminology into brief descriptions of the procedures they've been charged for, whether they're being charged the right amount, and whether they're being charged more than once. Then they'll be taken to an email format that they can send to their hospital to renegotiate their bill.
Now the technology behind Bridgebill. First, in the front end, we use a React structure, and for the back end, we use Flask. We also use the American Medical Association API, as well as the ChatGPT API. Now for the demo. This is a sample bill that someone can expect as soon as they reach the hospital and they finish their procedures. In the second column, you can see the CPT codes, which is a 5-digit unique code that's associated with each and every charge. In the third column, you can see all the medical jargon the hospitals use to confuse their patients, to make them pay more than what they really need to. Now this is Bridgebill, the medical assistant your health deserves. On the top right, you can pick whichever language you're native in, English, Spanish, Mandarin, or Arabic. After that, you import your medical bill. Then we use the backend to scrape the CPT codes to get a consumer-friendly description of each code, as well as the industry standard price. After that, you make the Stripe payment, whichever subscription plan you choose. Next is the analysis page. On the top, you see a summary of everything, which how many charges you're paying, and any discrepancies that you may face. In each component, you see the name of the charge, the CPT code, as well as a small description of the charge, as well as the average industry price and the price you're paying. When you scroll to the bottom, you can see the two discrepancies that many people face. First is if they're paying a typical procedure price above what is usually used, as well as the second thing, which is a CPT code picked twice, meaning that the bill was charged twice. Next, for the next steps, you can see an AI-generated email template, with the discrepancies already at the bottom. So they copy that text, put it in your email, send it to the hospital, and get your medical bill reevaluated.
So how do we structure this business? So as you see here, we do have a few indirect competitors. However, none of them are direct because we're the only streamlined platform that provides a friendly user interface that allows for a translation feature, affordable pricing plans, and is consultation free. So our pricing packages are very inclusive. On one end of the spectrum, we have a basic plan that's only $3 for one medical bill transcription. On the other end of the spectrum, we have a premium package that's only $10 for an unlimited amount of medical bill transcriptions in a given year. And this is particularly useful for patients with advanced prognoses such as chemotherapy. Now, moving on to the sizes of our markets. So our overall potential would be non-native English speakers in America, which gives us a whopping potential of $124 million annually. However, the target we're planning on curating to currently are native Spanish speakers in Texas, which gives us $4 million. So how do we plan to go to market with our product successfully? First, we plan to implement very strong community outreach programs to predominantly Hispanic neighborhoods and in very large congregations. Next, we plan to release Spanish educational modules about the US healthcare system in general and how to operate our system, Bridgebill. Lastly, we plan to target local Spanish TV channels and radio stations so that we can bring out the word that Bridgebill is a medical health assistant that you deserve. So we have a lot of new infrastructure in our pipeline. Firstly, we plan to implement more languages to bring out a larger chunk of the United States immigrant population. Secondly, we plan to develop a web-based mobile app. And lastly, we plan to partner with insurance companies to help them show to their customers that they care about medical bill transparency. Now, together, let's bridge the gap in medical bill integrity. Thank you so much for listening, and we're now open to questions.
What type of user question?
Of course. We actually did a lot of user testing, and we started off by sending out a survey to his local Hispanic chambers of commerce around the southern Texas border. We got around 50 responses from people like Maria, and we essentially decided to pursue user interviews with her. And we basically asked a lot of questions on pricing, And to get the rest of our responses, we reached out to a similar market that we thought would give us similar responses, and that was the undergraduate population in Texas, because a lot of people are new to the healthcare system here, and we actually received a lot of similar responses, and that's how we got our pricing model of our average value per customer, which is $4.84. And we essentially had a pretty complex model that's not detailed here, but there's also a very big gap in technology for U.S. immigrants. 1/12 of immigrants in the United States do not have access to technology, and we use a lot of factors like this to factor in, and that's essentially how we reached our model for consumption.
The product able to differentiate between services that were performed multiple times.
Yeah, so exactly what it does is the medical bill that you import, and we use a Python scraper. So essentially, we can see all the CPT codes, and if we see a repeat of the same CPT code, we give the discrepancy in the analysis, and then you basically understand that, and basically send the AI created CAD generated email template to the hospital to get your bill reevaluated, and that occurs about 20 to 30% of the time in a medical bill.
Right, but about 20% of the time that you're staying in the hospital, you have a repeat test because your levels are bad to stay there. Actually, I think exactly is what the passing test.
Yeah, so we also take into account whether the medical procedure was performed on the same day or on a different day. And then once they reach out to their healthcare provider, it's possible that if the test was repeated on the same day twice, then it could be an error, or the hospital could let them know why they performed the same procedure twice and whether it was actually needed.
One last question.
People who are native English speakers who are born in the United States also have trouble understanding their bill. I mean, a lot of trouble. Do you think you're thinking too small in the market?
Yeah, of course. So we also cater to English speakers as well. That's one of our options. That's our main option. However, we just thought it was a very noble cause, and through user interviews, that's something that we were also very passionate about. Because all of us come from immigrant families as well, so this is something we really wanted to target. However, we're definitely open to opening to the English market as well, and that would definitely open up our market to new horizons. But yeah, that's definitely something that we could implement.
Technology is not just meant for immigrants or non-native speakers. The technology also implements for English speakers, for basically anyone that really needs to use the application for their own benefit.
For example, populations like more of the elderly probably won't know how to properly use this type of technology. So it's better for them as well because it already creates an email. They just have to send it forward. So it's good for English speaking populations as well.
That's all the time we have questions. Thank you, Bridgebell. Up next is the Mighty Drive, and we have Angel Connect come on standby.
This is unusual. One day, while driving down the road, she was hit head first by another vehicle. The driver of this other vehicle was actually previously convicted of a DUI. However, it was noted that during the time of the crash, he was completely sober. Instead, he was distracted by this, an IID, or an ignition interlock device. It is a handheld device that tests the blood alcohol levels of an individual, and it's often mandated by the state whenever you have drunk privilege. Now, the issue with this is they often require retests while the driver is driving, which may be distracting, and is ultimately the reason Emma lost her life. This is what Mindful Drive is here to change, and this is the team that made it happen.
In the US, 30% of fatal crashes involve drunk driving, and 60% of states mandate that all DUI offenders have to obtain an IID. However, 99% of retest happens every 15 to 45 minutes, forcing the driver to reach out for the device while driving. This could potentially endanger the driver themselves and others' safety due to the lack of real-time detection in IIDs, causing distracted driving.
This is why we created Mindful Drive. Mindful Drive uses real-time sensing to create an unobtrusive, hands-free experience for users convicted of a DUI. It features touch-free sensors located near the steering wheel, real-time recording to actively measure the user's alcohol levels, and peripherals activated whenever the user has alcohol in their system.
Our tech stack involves three primary components. First, you have an ESP32, which performs all the calculations. You have an NQ3 sensor, which actually takes in, it figures out what the alcohol concentration in the atmosphere is, and then we integrate everything together utilizing Arduino, which is a derivative of C. So how does our product work? So first we have a transmitter, which basically takes in all the readings. And then our second module is a receiver module, where the transmitter sends it over via Wi-Fi to the receiver as well as the server. And the receiver performs all the calculations to determine if the alcohol concentration in the user is too high or it's safe enough to drive. So in regards to our video, meet Henry. He is my irresponsible friend. Last weekend, we were coming back plastered from 6th Street. And because he's irresponsible, he thought it was smart to get in the car and drive home. You'll notice as he gets into the car, the blood alcohol concentration in the air starts to rise, signifying that it's unsafe for him to drive. And as a result, the car no longer turns on.
As Henry passes the keys to his more responsible friend, Aryan, in a second, we can see that the alcohol levels we can see reflected in the real-time line chart that the alcohol levels decrease, and Aryan is able to successfully turn on the car, showing that the product works real time. And thanks to Mindful Drive, that's why Henry is still alive today.
As for our revenue model, we are leasing our products for the duration of a person's DUI case. And with a linear projection of 5% monthly growth in customer base, our revenue will mostly come from a one-time installment fee of $110 and a monthly pricing of $40. We have projected that by the end of our first year, our profit will be around $106,000. Our total addressable market includes the average 1 million US DUI arrests every year. Within that number, our serviceable addressable market includes the 89,000 people from Texas, and our product captures the city of Austin with a target population of 5,000 people.
Some marketing strategies we're planning on using is advertising our product at police conferences and trade shows so they can refer our product to DUI convicted drivers. And for whenever DUI convicted drivers need to install an IID, we're planning on using educational brochures and social media in order to market our product.
Based on this chart, it's clear to see that we have an advantage over our competitors. While competitors may incorporate alcohol sensors and touch-free sensors into their products, we are the only ones that have a real-time recording data system. On top of that, breaking news shows that in 2026, all manufacturers are required to have some sort of either ambient or touch-inclusive alcohol breathalyzer sensor built into automobiles. And because all manufacturers will require this, this further increases our total addressable market in 2026.
Now moving on to our next steps. We would like to implement a GPS device in order to aid law enforcement trying to find suspects of DUI. Next, we would use the GPS to find phones to help individuals around the suspect drive away and not be close to him. And then lastly, we would like to implement a touch sensor seamlessly into the steering wheel in order to increase reliability and decrease the chances of wrongful conviction. Thank you so much for your time, and please remember, with Mindful Drive, you can save lives.
Guess I'm a little confused if it's measuring alcohol content in the air, or what happens if you're passenger on the street.
So we currently plan on having the sensors very close to the actual driver. So if you see in the video, currently the sensor is placed basically right behind the steering wheel. We plan on having the sensor actually integrated into the steering wheel as we get closer and talk more with manufacturers. As a result, because the sensor is so close, it would isolate the driver specifically. On top of that, we plan on including more sensors throughout the driver's area of the cabin, and we also plan on including a touch sensor, which would basically prevent all false positives from occurring because only the driver will be touching the steering wheel.
Said you had a linear growth projection.
Yes.
you walk me through that and exactly why did you choose linear systems?
So after conducting market research, we have an analysis, we have chosen to go the conservative way, where we're gonna have a, oh wait, oh, this is go forward, sorry. Yeah, and then we have decided to go the conservative way, where we're gonna have a linear projection of customer growth rates, where the average customer life cycle will be 6 months.
And do you foresee that, when do you foresee this being a change, like in this growth rate? How long do you see this going up and how long do you see it, like what is the churn rate? Like describe an overall trend. I'm not talking numbers, just what's a pattern you think would happen?
So the pattern is there's a 5% growth rate every month, but then by the 6th month, if you can see here from our revenue model that by the 6th month, the first group of customer will be subtracted from our total customer, because that's when like the life cycle of the customer ends. And then we are projecting an exponential growth by 2026 because of the news of the new mandated the news that mandated that every vehicle has to have an IIZ.
Is there, you're saying that it detects alcohol, is it detecting like normal breathing patterns as well?
So the way we plan on doing it is, oh yeah, it would basically be checking to see if you're breathing. And it's continuously sampling the air. So if there's alcohol present in the atmosphere, specifically in the driver's side, it would say that, hey, the person that's driving is not in the right state of mind to drive. And as a result, the car would either no longer turn on or prompt the driver to pull over when it's safe to do so.
What happens to
So if you put a mask on, or if you try to tamper like a rag over the sensor or something, right? There's still going to be carbon dioxide coming out. It's going to be limited, but you're still going to be breathing out, exhaling, and that's still going to fill up the car, specifically that sensor area, with alcohol presence. So it's still going to detect it.
Would it be substantially different than the scenario where I'm riding a passenger seat so the front is driving?
No, because yes, it would be substantially different than simply my passenger being drunk or someone in the backseat being drunk, because once again, you are very, very close to the actual sensor, as opposed to the passenger being a whole other seat away. That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you, Michael. Drive. Next up, we have Angel Connect, and then can I have Eric come on stage?
Meet Keith. We had the great pleasure of getting to talk to Keith a few weeks ago, and we got to learn of his drive and passion for his coffee business that he's trying to start up. Now, when he was telling us the story of how he launched his business, he told us that he had one problem, and that was that he had a hard time finding people to actually invest in his business. And he felt that it was because in the process of trying to find these investments, he was being discriminated against. Now, because of these lack of loans that Keith did not have, and higher interest rates that he was offered, he felt a decrease in confidence and a decrease in motivation to actually go through with his business. And now Keith is not the only minority business owner facing this issue. In fact, 30% of Black-owned businesses feel that they do not receive all the credit that they have requested when it comes to finding these funds. And that is compared to about 60% of white-owned businesses. And that is too large of a gap to exist in this industry. So we have narrowed this down into one problem, and that is that minority business owners just lack the access to the necessary funds needed to be able to launch and invest in their business. Hi, my name is Vega.
I'm Suhana.
I'm Jacob.
And we are proud to introduce to you Angel Connect, an online forum that connects minority business owners to a large access of investor networks.
So we deemed it into 4 separate parts of our solution. First one includes the accessibility factor, where we do have the online network that connects lenders to the microfinance to the companies. Then we have convenience, where they can search, connect, as well as complete the transactions all in one website. We have the organization factor, where the businesses are able to keep track of all the transactions they completed in their account, and the customizability factor, where we have the profile aspect.
And now we'll get into our demo. It starts off with profile creation for the business. This is where the business enters in information about their own business, and from there we tailor the searches with the lenders in order to best match them with lenders. So once they create a profile, they can see the different options for lenders that we suggest. And if they find any of them interesting, they can click the connect button in order to see more about the business. And then we also have a managed transaction page where they can actually facilitate the loan and transaction. And regarding our implementation, we chose to use React for our front end and Firebase for our back.
So now for our business strategy, we have 2 separate streams of revenue, a free version, which includes 5 recommended connections a month, and we get a 3% cut from each transaction. The premium version, where the owners are able to have unlimited connections to microfinance lenders, which is $10 a month, and we get 1% cut per transaction. For our cost structure, we deemed it into 3 separate factors. First is website maintenance, then it's the security, and then it's the marketing aspect. For our competition, we included 3 factors: a personalized investor network, a large potential access to funds, and a prioritized user experience. Lyft Fund, the competitor, does have the investor network and user experience, but doesn't have the access to funds. The banks, on the contrary, have the access to funds, but don't have the personalized network or the user experience that we do. And Kiva, an online platform, has the investor network and the user experience, but not the access to funds. And at Angel Connect, we're finding ourselves with having all 3. So our first market would be the 18,000 minority small businesses in Austin, Texas, and we're hoping to scale that to the 14 million minority small businesses in the entire United States, and then eventually to the 33 million small businesses in the United States. For our next steps, the first thing we want to do is map our user journeys, which includes the user experience, and then we want to conduct POCs, which is testing viability. Then we want to secure our funds through investors or pitch competitions, and then eventually launch the product.
So thank you so much for taking the time to hear about Angel Connect, where we hope to fund the dreams of every single minority small business owners in the market. Do you have any questions for us?
Measuring the small businesses credits, like for example, if it's in credit or I guess returns, and also are you only looking at financial returns, or are you going to measure the social impact returns? Because I want to see both financial and non-financial KPIs here, and what are those?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Because a lot of the minority small business owners, which we were able to talk to 5 that gave us really good information about our venture, they told us that their business was very similar to like a lot of the discrimination and issues that they face. So for example, he faced a lot of discrimination in the coffee industry, which is why he made the color of coffee. So including that social impact return and finding investors who are passionate and interested in that social impact return is one of the main reasons why we feel that they'll have more access and be more effective in finding these correct matches when it comes to finding investors to invest in their business.
You mentioned the main competitive advantage is having access to larger quantities of funds. How do you plan on securing that?
Yeah, so our hope is, again, with this social impact angle, trying to find investors who actually care about making these small changes when it comes to the business. Yeah, so the way this hopes to go is find people who are actually interested in finding matches that match with what they are interested in. So for keep an investor in the coffee industry or an investor who's also a Black business owner like himself would be a much more efficient connection than him going to the bank and not knowing who he's actually talking to when he's creating these connections.
We have time for one more question. There's any more questions. Awesome. Well, thank you, Angel Connect. I have Parrot come up and then I was bitten to be on standby.
Hey guys, can y'all see what's on the screen?
Kind of blurry.
Okay, what about now?
Oh no.
Okay, how about now?
A little
Something.
So this is actually an eclectus parrot with vibrant red and blue feathers.
Oh, thank you for describing that.
So to many of us in this room, this may just be a blurry image, but unfortunately, this is a reality and a problem for 20 million Americans who may just see or not even be able to see their computers like this. Visually impaired individuals need a better way to interpret images because conventional screen readers solely convey text without accurately describing these images. 70% of websites are inaccessible. We're here to make the technology that is inaccessible accessible. Get the full picture with Parrot. I'm Amy.
I'm Stephanie.
I'm Hirsch.
I'm Jim, and this is our team.
Parrot is a customizable browser screen reader extension that provides dynamic image interpretations for visually impaired users. A filmmaker in New York, Abby, describes her experience with fashion as being a struggle to being able to describe what she's wearing.
Now on to features. Parrot is a screen reader in the form of a browser extension. And compared to traditional screen readers, Parrot has the advanced capability of being able to describe images in addition to reading text aloud. And onto our setup. Since Parrot is a browser extension, it has a very simple setup. There's no clumsy download or installation necessary. And for our tech stack, for our front end, we use React. For our back end, we use Flask. And we also used OpenAI for our image description capabilities.
Thanks, Hirsch. Here's a demo of how Parrot works. As you can see, users are able to navigate different chunks of text and able to select an image they want to be read. In our case, your users are able to enable Parrot. They're able to adjust their settings via keybinds and other speaker settings. And here, Parrot's able to provide a real-time description of what they're viewing. They're able to select a detailed, concise, and then also Parrot allows a more interpretive experience such that users are able to understand what they're purchasing and the context behind their purchase decisions, making Parrot accessible for all.
Awesome. Now it's our revenue model. So as you can see, for our free tier, it's at $0 per month. It includes basic image and text descriptions, support for one language, and compatibility with existing screen. For our home tier, it is priced at $5 per month and includes enhanced image interpretation, AI text summarization, and all the features included with the free tier. And then when we get to professional, for those wanting a more elevated experience, priced at $15 per month, it offers multilingual support, customization of voices, and all the features included with the home and free tiers. Okay, so for our go-to-market, so Parrot, the extension of Parrot will be available on major browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Firefox, and more.
And through those, you'll be able to access websites like Amazon, HEB, New York Post, Pinterest, and the list goes on. And beyond just targeting our consumers directly, our market strategy includes targeting caretakers, family members, and friends of the visually impaired to broaden our reach. And for our TAM, 300 million visually impaired individuals worldwide. And for our SAM, we have 20 million visually impaired Americans. And then for our SUM, we have 15.6 visually impaired people who with internet access, who have internet access. All right, so how does Parrot compare with its competitors? So when we look at web compatibility, actually, Parrot easily integrates across all web content on major web browsers. That's what makes it really, really stand out. And then with cost, it has premium revenue model up to $15 per month, which is very affordable cost. Whereas in contrast, other traditional screen readers and JAWS can go up to $1,200 a year and then have high upfront costs. And then when you look at convenience, Parrot blows the other two out of water just because of its easy to access browser extension model. It's easy to activate and deactivate. And then when we go to the features, I mean, Parrot is the only one out of all the other options that offer enhanced image description.
On to our next steps, we plan to add more languages and add a more personalized experience with AI and more interpretations of media such as GIFs and videos. When it comes to diversifying our revenue streams, we plan to partner with corporations and really implement accessibility within the workplace. And when it comes to expanding our market, we plan to also create partnerships with education systems, especially school, to implement accessibility and integration. And remember, Parrot is something you can use so you can
hear the hues.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So with Parrot, one of our key features is the seamless, like our privacy-centered focus. So with our tech stack, as you can see, our backend, we have a lot of progress to be made with our future goals. But in terms of making Parrot really stand out, it's really defining the user experience for our case. So we want to be able to have as many features that are replicated. We still have a lot more to brainstorm, but as of now, it's a proof of concept, and there's still many more features that we're trying to add that we're going to hope to develop only with a user base that we can achieve, which will be incredibly hard for other companies and competitors to form that initial ground running start. So we're hoping to really leapfrog off that increased first user base, and so that we can build off upon that.
So understanding the first market kind of advantage, but what's preventing a larger competitor, let's just say, poaching all of your users? Because that is a possibility. And let's just say a bigger company comes in, they can develop literally any one of these features. How do you plan, what are you going to put in place to prevent this, not now, but in the future? That's like what we're looking maybe 5 years from now.
So we can actually talk about our next step. So we plan to actually partner with multiple corporations in the future. So we help to almost have sort of a monopoly effect and kind of tackling all those markets.
So I teach accessibility here. I've got a pretty deep knowledge in this space. So some of the stuff I'm finding that's great, like the Parrot logo, the cut like that, it's spot on. It's perfect. I think you're making a couple of assumptions here, though, that are going to really bother you. First off, Windows narrator, voiceover, so the OSs now have pre-integrated screen readers. So the browser extension works, but I would punt on all the NVDA and JAWS integration. Just go straight for the browser. You can cut a lot of this out. You're going to probably also have to get down to a free model at some point. But there's just a few things I think on the user research, talking about brainstorming more features. You talk to the accessibility community, blind users, they don't want more features. They want 2 or 3 things that work really, really well. So I would say just get to know your user base a little bit better, and there's no way around that other than talking directly with them, testing with them.
So we actually interviewed one of our professors here, Michael Hassler. He we talked to him about our product and he said that he utilizes like Siri and screen readers, but one thing that he's missing is image description.
Oh, that's great.
And so,
Great.
yeah,
Great
so
thing,
having
yeah.
our like premium is having the basic and advanced describers.
I think eventually everybody's gonna integrate AI or like a lot of analyzer into the thing, so it's coming, either way.
We're the first.
Yeah, I love your browser extension. It's quite integrated. Fine. We've got students with disabilities who are blind at the School of Information who come and talk to the class. And he switched from using JAWS over to narrator, likes it better. Stopped using high contrast mode because he uses dark mode that everybody else uses, likes it better. So you'd be surprised when you talk with folks if they really like it. But yeah, the image, you'll have other things too, like the alt text ARIA code that describe the image. Here's going to override that. How is that going to work? They're just little things. It's technical stuff to work out. But I love the idea to be able to bring life to the pictures. It's great.
That's all the time we have questions. Thank you, Parrot.
And then you have headphones on standby.
Hi, I'm AJ. I'm a personal trainer at LA Fitness, and I'm struggling with a few things, such as tracking my clients' success, retaining my clients' information so that I can really maximize their potential, and just building a customer base.
People like AJ are exactly the people we want to target. After talking to both small and franchise gyms, we discovered that the personal clients and the personal trainers that they employ aren't able to really track their clients' health metrics. And this data is both important because it can help their trainers to maximize the client's potential success and also just build a healthy client base for both the gym and the trainers. Our solution is Fitly, a very simple way for personal trainers to access their clients' health metrics based off of wearable devices. All the client needs to do is download an app and integrate their wearable device, in this case, an Apple Watch, and we'll directly stream that data onto a dashboard to allow the personal trainer to really view all the metrics, keep their clients accountable, and also just build a good relationship with them. This is our team, and these are our features.
So Fitly fully synchronizes client's Apple Watch. All the client has to do is simply download the Fitly app and continue working out as normal. Fitly automatically pulls the data that Apple's already scraping from the Apple Watches. We take that data, analyze it, and push it to our dashboard, where trainers can view all of their clients' health metrics, such as number of calories burned, duration of the workout, and average heart rate in the workout. Finally, trainers get a full snapshot into their clients' workouts. They can leave comments, leaving motivation for their clients. They can also leave critiques for their clients. And most importantly, they get to log their clients' training journey. For our tech stack, we use React and React Native for our front end, and we use Firebase and Apple's HealthKit API for our back.
For AJ to use our product, he must get his clients to download our app. Once they download our app, they'll be asked to give Fitly permission to access their health data, including energy, heart rate, sleep, and steps. Once they do that, they'll see all their data visualized in front of them and can send that directly to AJ, their trainer. On AJ's side, he'll be greeted with a dashboard where he will have general metrics and logistical information about his training. He can click clients, see all of his clients listed out, and select one of them, where he can see personal information, their fitness data, and also their upcoming appointments with them. Now he has all of their information in one place.
Now, let's delve into some of the business aspects. Looking at our market sizing, there are over 113,000 fitness centers in the nation, 2,000 of which are franchise gyms in Texas, 16 of which are in Austin alone. That's who we're going to target with our subscription model. We're going to be targeting these corporate gyms with a fee of $20 per personal trainer and $1.50 per additional client under those trainers. Now, taking a look at our competition, we notice that these competitors solve some problems, but none of them solve the problems of integration, interaction, analytics, and scheduling the same way we do, putting Fitly in a category of its own. We're going to start our go-to-market strategy by targeting corporate franchise gyms so that we can develop a foundational customer base. After that, we're going to target personal trainers so that they can develop a client profile and really make the seamless transition between gyms. This will also help our consumer network effect, which will streamline the process of our consumers finding the right trainer for them so that they can really work out. Looking at our next steps, we first want to target geographical expansion. So we'll look into Texas and then the nation. After that, we're going to target more freelance personal trainers just to improve our target market. Finally, we're going to try integration with other devices. As currently, we only have the Apple Watch data, we're going to move into smartwatches and Fitbits.
Shoot. My trainer just told me I need to go work out.
Yeah, bro, you've missed like the past 4 days.
Okay. I'll go to the gym, but before I go, does anyone have any questions?
So why go for corporate gyms first and not for the millions of personal trainers that could use this?
Thank you for that question. So we went for the corporate gyms because after we conducted our calls with corporate gyms and other small boutique gyms, what we noticed is that corporate gyms, they actually make their personal trainers use a certain application, whereas the personal trainers at the small boutique gyms are more freelance and they can use whatever software they want. So it'd be a lot more streamlined if we target the corporate gyms and then have them beta test in the Austin area and then expand nationally, globally after that.
Why geographical expansion? Why not lock in on one gym like LA Fitness and see if you can lower that entry point?
So what we want to do first is just target as many gyms in our Austin area as possible, because some gyms may like our idea more than others based off what their clients would need. As Planet Fitness they have a different type of workout schedule as opposed to an LA Fitness or Gold's Gym. That's why we don't want to really target those franchises first and then expand based off of those inputs that we receive.
Every time we talk about this kind of stuff, privacy issues come into effect. So I'm wondering, since it is using the Apple Health, what is pushing that information to your trainer? And are you able to censor it sometimes? Maybe sometimes you don't want the trainer to know how fast your heart's going. Yeah, sure. So everything you send is up to you. So when you go to our app, you have the option to send or not to send. That's the beauty of our app. So it's not automatically appearing on their dashboard. You have the freedom to select what you send. So let's say you weren't working out a few days, you don't have to send that data for those few days.
But if you don't work out and you choose to not send this, how does your gym keep you accountable for having good results? Because I'm sure part of the reason why we go to the gym is to see health benefits and just improved overall health. And if you're not reporting that, how do your trainers keep you on track?
Yeah, so if you're not reporting your data, obviously your trainer won't see the progress you're making when they're not meeting with you. But obviously with the fitness trainer, you're meeting with them regularly enough where they can track you in-person workouts. The point of the app is to track you when you're not meeting with them regularly so that you can see, are they really working out in times when they're not meeting? So if you don't use the app as intended, obviously you are not going to reap the benefits of the app. That's the whole thing. That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you.
Can I have Buzz come on standby? Down there. There you go.
Bro, Arya, I just made $200 on the stock market today.
Treon, how did you make so much money in one day? What'd you say, man?
Bro, paper trading.
Oh, paper trading. How did you make money off that? I heard you can't even make money.
Though there's an app called Hedge Fund, which incentivizes paper trading with prize money.
Oh, so it's one of those sketchy survey websites.
Nah, bro, it's totally legit. I played a real tournament online against real people and won their prize.
Well, how did you win money? You literally just started investing yesterday.
That's the beauty of it. I joined their stock forum online, and professional traders gave me tips and tricks on what to trade and how to do it.
Well, how'd you find out about this?
Oh my god, are you interviewing me or what? But Arya, similar to you, there are many other people who are intimidated by trading, believe there's a lack of incentive in paper trading, and see no community in trading at all. In fact, after conducting user research, we discovered that 95% of traders fail at the very beginning of their journey. 43% believe are too scared to trade because they think they're going to lose all of their money at the very beginning. And 25% blindly follow user articles, which sometimes comes out hours or even days late. Hello, everyone. My name is Sharan Kata. This is Hunter, Ryan, and of course, we already met Arya.
So what is Hedge Fund? Hedge Fund is a mobile app that provides paper trading incentives as well as a social media-like forum for traders to communicate on. Right now, Hedge Fund has three main features. The first one being a paper trading platform where beginners can go and safely practice trading so they can familiarize themselves with investing. Secondly, we have tournament-style trading where individuals or groups can pay an upfront fee to register for a tournament, and then based on their performance in the tournament, they'll receive a cut of that money. And lastly, we have our stock trading forum where users can go and post their crazy trades, ask questions, or provide advice to others.
Now let's move on to our demo to highlight the features of Hedge Fund. Opening our app, let's navigate to the tournament screen where we can click on a tournament we've already joined. Here you'll have an extensive dashboard detailing how you're performing in the tournament. Let's say you want to join another tournament. You're probably scared, like, where do I invest? Like Arya, but don't worry. We have a plethora of resources, including a stock ticker lookup detailing how the stock is performing and all the details. And we also have a stock forum where beginners like Arya can ask questions and receive answers from experts to enhance their stock trades. Now onto our tech to make Hedge Fund. We utilize the back end of Firebase and the front end of React Native.
Now moving on to our business side. So our total attainable market is around 90% of people in the US. That brings us out to around 300 million people. Now with our SAM, we have about 45% of investors because they don't know where to start. This gives us about 135 million people. Now this can be narrowed down to our SOM, which is around 26% of investors who are beginners, which is around 78 million people in the United States. Our revenue structure works a little bit like this. So say you have a group of around 20 people and they all enter a tournament with a buy-in of $5. That puts the pool of money at around $100. Now, first place would win 80% of the money or $80. Second place would win $10, and third place would win $5. And we would take a small 5% house fee. Whenever it comes to our competitors, there are three main features that our app does, and specifically one feature that ours does better than everybody else. Invest in tournaments is what we put out. While other apps may have paper trading or social forums, we emphasize our investing tournaments as our unique feature. Further steps that we could implement into the app in the future are level-based tournaments. As users begin to go into more tournaments, they will get points, and they will get more points, and eventually experts can compete against experts, and beginners can compete against beginners, so that there's no unfair advantage. Hopefully, as the consumer base continues to grow, the consumers can implement the same strategies that they do in paper trading and the real-time markets and use our app as a brokerage app. Our go-to-market strategy consists of influencer collaboration, social media ads, and word of mouth. And so thanks to this app, I can start making $200 or more. And hey, watch your back, man. That's all I'm saying.
You better not beat me at this next tournament. Thank you.
I have a question about the beginner platform where they learn how to invest and trade. So from what I understand, the way that you guys plan for beginners to learn is just receiving tips and tricks from maybe more professional traders. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how much incremental benefit do you think that the beginners get from learning from a more decentralized, unstructured style of learning, and versus, let's just say, a more structured, like learning actually the investment concepts? Because right now it just seems like you're taking a bunch of different advice that could potentially conflict between professional traders, but then if beginners are learning just this, how would they actually realize what those investment concepts are, rather than just hearing like the quick and dirty or the shortcut methods?
Yeah, so what we believe is a hands-on experience, right? So we realize that whenever all these other platforms like TD Ameritrade, they have all these videos and things that people can learn on, but these things are not an exact reflection of the market. Whenever we talk about the market, there's a lot of things that can happen. There's the earnings report that come out the day of. Things could tank, things could spike, anything can happen. But whenever you learn from real investors who have been in the game for so long, you're able to understand their own experiences, what they've learned from their own time, and how they've lost their money, made their money, and you learn the most from that.
Another question is, how does the pooling together money where the winner takes maybe X%, the second place takes Y%, and house takes Z%? How does that exactly differ from gambling?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So the way we did this is we want to incentivize first, second, and third place, but we also want to make it to where you want to get first place, or you want to get second place, or want to get third place. By doing this, we made it to where third place gets $5, which 5%, which is initially their initial buy-in. With this, they're able to rebuy into different tournaments, or it gives them more in-house credit or real money, whichever they want to do, in order to stay on our app or continue doing that. So it's not necessarily gambling, because a lot of it requires skill. Trading is not just I put it on black, I put it on red, and hope for the best. It's a lot of it requires technical analysis.
Yeah, I'm still gonna follow up on her. So I used to play a lot of poker.
Yeah.
And it's still gambling, even if you're informed and a great player and all these other things. Is there legal constraints you're up against here? I mean, there's certain places that won't allow poker websites or gambling or betting. It's still a form of gambling, if you break it down.
Yeah, I mean, so there's already a lot of bigger companies like TD Ameritrade, like I said, that host these tournaments, but they host it maybe like once every 3 months, once every 6 months. So ours is going to be more of a renewal type thing. Like the way you do it is once you buy in, it'll come out like it is like you said, like poker, it has like skills and techniques that you use to do it. But that's like you can say that about like trading too, right?
The question is, what are your legal hurdles? If this is deemed a betting website or a gambling app by the government, you're done. So have you looked into possible legal constraints here?
Yeah, so there are legal constraints here, but the way we want to overcome that is instead of doing it to where like if we do face these legal constraints, instead of doing it to where you have to buy in, it's going to be more of like you watch a certain amount of ads and then you get in-house credit, or you can rejoin another tournament and stuff like that, instead of putting in money and getting money back. That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you.
On. Where's Jonathan? How much did he drink? This always happens to him. He's probably passed out in the corner because he drank too much.
Now, pause. How many times have your drunk friends been separated from you when you're going for a night out? While it's easy to laugh off, being separated can lead to disastrous health consequences. Did you guys know that 22,000 college students are hospitalized from alcohol overdose each year? Not only that, but 1 out of 3 alcohol overdose deaths in the US are college students. On top of that, 72% of interviewees know someone who has lost consciousness due to alcohol. And that's why we came up with Buzz, a way to mitigate alcohol risk with just a band and an app. Hi guys, I'm Jonathan.
I'm Tarun.
I'm Lahari. And I'm Simran, and here is our product. Buzz is a band integrated with an app that provides real-time health and intoxication alerts. On our band itself, there's a button which allows users to intake how many drinks they're having. However, we know that this is going to be less reliable as the night goes on, so which is why we have 3 other metrics. Beats per minute, which measures the heartbeats per minute, the walking asymmetry, which measures how straight of a line people are walking in, and the y-axis, which measures how far above the ground you are. If you are on the ground, then Buzz automatically assumes that you are passed out and alerts your friends and family immediately.
Now let's go back to Jonathan, our infamous 6th Street enthusiast, who's going to be studying abroad soon, which puts him in new and unsettling places. Let's take him through our app. Buzz's app uses a simple interface which is easy to navigate, even for 45% drunk Jonathan. On the homepage, he can tap to view his health readings, which displays data from the bracelet, from his latest outing, his heart rate, his walking asymmetry, and his vertical motion. When going out with his friends, Jonathan can set up a party. This allows them to view the intoxication level, all their intoxication level, as a little progress bar around their icon, as well as their real-time locations. Now, throughout the duration of this party, the bracelet tracks how drunk Jonathan is, using a formula including his health readings, as well as his own input of how many drinks he's consumed. Now, so let's say Jonathan gets way too drunk, goes way past his threshold, and is now passed out on the ground as he usually does. The bracelet detects this and starts to buzz, giving Jonathan a short period of time to click the button 3 times to signal that he's conscious and awake. Otherwise, this is denoted as an emergency, and it instantly notifies his friends for further action.
Let's be honest here. Consumers want something that's cute, effective, and cheap. And Buzz covers all 3 components. Not only that, our value proposition includes an accessible interface with critical features that ensure safety at the end of the day. And most importantly, how do we plan on putting out our product into the market? And so we have 2 main avenues, A, retail, and B, events. Specifically within retail, we want to target some of your favorite go-to stores like Walmart, Target, and Best Buy. Whereas events like ACL, South by Southwest, and Greek Life are the main events within Austin that we'd like to target. Here's a breakdown of our revenue structure. Ultimately, within events, we'd like to offer our bracelets for free with a $0 upfront fee. And then within retail, have that $10 upfront fee. Every month, we would offer a charge of $10 per month. But I'd like to also give you some information. Our band itself only costs $7 to make. So within 1 month alone, we're already being and showing profit. Here's our TAM, SAM, and SOM. Within our TAM, we're focusing on just consumers 21 and older who are consuming alcohol. Within our SAM, we have both public and private college students who are consuming alcohol. And then within our SOM, UT Austin students are consuming alcohol, and that's around 36,000 students. Here's a competitor breakdown. We have Fitbit, Scram, and Apple. And yes, Fitbit might target heart rate. Scram might focus on targeting alcohol, but we are the only company that has all 4 components.
Now, moving on, the first thing that we plan on improving is improving our health metrics. Now, we've heard concern from our user interviews that people would feel more comfortable having some sort of measurement for the blood alcohol content. So we're definitely going to focus on that for our first part. Afterwards, we plan on expanding beyond colleges. We know that ages 21 and 30 have the highest amount of first-time drinkers, so we think we should definitely capitalize on those users. Lastly, we plan on integrating with medical professionals. Having a direct line with nurses or any other hospitals would have a great way to answer questions in case of a medical emergency. Now, imagine going out without all the difficulties and hardship that normally comes with it, and having a safe and secure connected way to be with your friends. And that's the future that we envision with Buzz. A future having being safe and connected to ensure that every night is enjoyable for everyone. Everyone can feel safe, even when they're feeling buzzed. Thank you.
Why did you opt for a wearable instead of just an app?
Yeah, I think that within our band itself, we need a product that can actually utilize technology to detect everything. Yes, we could have a software, but we really wanted to input ourselves within this market to have something that's more fashionable, but also have technology. For example, even if we did end up partnering with current bands out there, ours is very fashionable in that way, a lot more affordable. We wanted to target students who don't really have that much money to venture into some of these more expensive brands. And so affordability was really important, design was really important, and then in terms of our interface, really connecting that with our own personal brand really set us apart.
Yeah, and adding on to that, we have an app, but in the case that people don't have their phones on them regularly,
the band is connected to them the entire night, so it will be very accurate and be able to track their data throughout the night.
I think I've asked this question to other teams as well, but what is preventing a larger competitor from copying or implementing a very similar feature like yours?
Yeah, for sure. So as of right now, we're one of the only companies focusing on all four components. And ultimately, we would want to really build a customer relationship and build our customers now with our affordability. And this relationship that we would foster earlier on, these customers would stay loyal to us. And so most companies, that loyalty is what keeps them at that company and keeps them continuing to buy from that certain company. And so again, we would create that loyalty within our customers right now through our marketing strategies, our affordability, our software, and then even if another company comes up down the line, they have that loyalty with us.
I have a dumb question. How do you avoid false positives with the y-axis?
So basically, our mission is to ensure safety. So any kind of false positive will only enforce that rather than detecting that. We'd rather have false positives than
So am I gonna have to match it every time I go downstairs?
No, because also it uses all three metrics to determine whether someone's in an emergency or not.
Okay.
So yeah, takes a while.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
Ethics wise, do you think
So this is that's a great question actually. So currently this is an issue. People will continue to drink and we're not promoting that in any way. It's definitely an issue in the market. What we do instead is look at this problem and fit ourselves within ensuring safety. Like we cannot avoid this issue at the end of the day, but what we can do is mitigate future risk and future health problems and potential risk of someone getting harmed at the end of the day. So what we're trying to do is actually mitigate that issue.
Thank you, Buzz. All right, whenever y'all are ready.
In the house. What's up, guys? What are we celebrating?
He's not celebrating anything, Kevin. He's sad. His dog just died.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I have prosopagnosia.
What's prosopagnosia?
It's a neural condition that makes it really hard for me to see what emotions are on people's faces and even differentiate between people.
What? Then how do you get through your day if you can't tell what emotion is on people's faces?
It can be really hard, especially when I'm looking at faces on screens, like watching TV or being on calls.
Well, I think we have the solution for you. Hey, everyone, I'm Satvik.
I'm Ramya.
And I'm Isaac.
Meet Kevin Larson. Kevin is a 20-year-old college student who lives with a condition called prosopagnosia. Now, Kevin loves watching his favorite movie, Mean Girls, but he has a hard time differentiating between the faces on screen, as well as recognizing the emotions that his actors are conveying to him. Now, because of this, Kevin wants some assistance so he can truly enjoy this media independently and freely. Now, Kevin isn't alone in his struggle, as over 10 million Americans actually live with prosopagnosia, including those with autism, brain damage, and other neurological conditions. Now, this is such a big problem because emotional understanding is so critical to properly comprehending and enjoying the media of our modern world. So what's our solution? Americans with Disabilities Act, and that was only two decades ago that the Americans with Disabilities Act actually made sure that wheelchairs were required in public spaces, or that sign language interpreters were required during presidential addresses. Now, the world is constantly changing to adapt with and include those with disabilities, and it would be a shame to leave those with prosopagnosia behind. So what's our solution? A combination application programming interface that analyzes the media that users are watching and returns to them both the names of the characters and differentiates between them, as well as the emotions that these actors are actually portraying to them. In other words, Link. Link is that three-piece combination API that uses multiple APIs to not only use sentiment analysis, facial detection, and facial differentiation to both relay the differentiated faces of actors on screen, as well as these emotions that these actors are trying to convey to the users who are watching them. Now, I'll pass it on to Ramya for our tech demo.
Using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we have built an interface that interested parties could utilize. When the streaming service implements our software into their system, the Flask API begins by processing the input. In the back end, the Deep Face API will first detect different faces, differentiate between those faces, and then also conduct a sentiment analysis report. All three of these pieces are extremely different from one another, but our software perfectly combines them to create a seamless output for the user. The Flask API will create a new copy of the content that was input, such as the video showed above. As you can see here, our API assigns a different color to each face that is detected and keeps that color consistent throughout the entire video. The sentiment analysis report is conducted using artificial intelligence, which can detect emotions such as happiness, sadness, disgust, and many more. Now Kevin will never have to worry about struggling when watching his favorite movie Mean Girls or his favorite TV shows again. Our API actually has a 99% accuracy in detecting faces, a 97% accuracy in differentiating between those faces, and then an 89% accuracy of conducting the sentiment analysis report. These figures show that our API is actually on par with FBI's facial recognition software, which has a 99% accuracy. Now, how cool is that?
Now, let's talk business. We realize that the best way to reach people with prosopagnosia is through streaming services. Therefore, we'll be doing a business-to-business model where we annually charge streaming service companies based on the length and breadth of their content. As you can see here, we have 3 different price points based on the length of the content. 0 to 30 minutes, 30 to 90 minutes, and 90 minutes and beyond. As you see here, the longer the video is, the cheaper it becomes. Now, who are we targeting? Well, let's say English-based streaming services in the US, UK, and Canada. That gives us 74. But let's narrow that down. Let's say those with 10 million plus subscribers. That gives us 16. Thankfully, our competitive landscape is quite barren. We are the only company that seamlessly integrates our product with the streaming service itself, allowing users to easily turn it on like they're turning on a subtitle. Now, how will we spread this word of mouth? We'll establish a dedicated sales team to work with these large streaming services, as well as have content marketing through blog posts and webinars. Now, as we move forward, we want to continue forging these strong relationships with these streaming services. We then want to establish Link as an industry leader, as well as build educational models on our website so that users can go back and learn more about the movies that they watch. Link it all, piece by piece. Thank you.
When I tested your model, what was the diversity of faces? Like, for example, in the media you portray, because I did notice from the one video that you gave, there wasn't much ethnic diversity in there. Like, did you test it on a lot of different backgrounds? Actors. This is also a huge issue. Of course, in the media, we need more minority representation.
Yes, great question. Thank you for asking. We actually conducted a bootstrap analysis with 500 different faces where we used live action movies and TV shows with faces of various backgrounds and also backgrounds with various lightings. And we were able to come up with these statistics with those results.
What are your plans to refine and improve your model?
Yeah, I think the main thing would be, of course, like you said, you pointed out a concern about the accuracy, of course. Our sentiment analysis, as you saw, is not perfect. So I think, developing our technology, refining our API, as well as developing our own, API. We're using DeepFace right now, but creating our own model, that's where we can input many more faces and run this over and over again. That's the developer accuracy is the main goal right now.
So you thought of other applications for this exact same technology? Because I can think of dozens. Like, it's not just for this particular application. I can see anybody doing customer research wanting to read faces and sentiment as they present or do a pitch to them, see how they respond. I mean, there's so much. I like the focus, but have you thought about what else?
Well, of course, we thought about the focus, and we just want to focus on prosopagnosia first because we realize that that is a very impactful thing. As we talked about, inclusion to us is very important, and that's why we want to focus on neurological conditions that are really overlooked, and we want to help those people out. Of course, we want to expand our market to other places. We realize that we can do Zoom, Apple, and any of those things like FaceTime to help people be able to communicate with others.
We have time for one more question. Are you concerned if you went to a streaming service that they force you to get exclusive with them? Essentially have a wider audience with built-in extensions.
So with the built-in extension, it would actually be illegal because we cannot actually screen record a website like Netflix without Netflix's consent. And the reason why we don't believe that they'll really just try to stop us just from going to other branches, right? Is because we are providing them with a service that they cannot really replicate. We are specializing in creating a subtitle. And these companies do not really want to waste resources, be able to extend talent and all those things to be able to, build this app themselves, which is, an economic term called specialization that we do.
Awesome. Thank you, Link.
With that, we will be going into our intermission. So we'll be back in this room at 8 p.m. to start block B.
Let me double check that thing. Okay. What made you reject it? Where did you go about that theory, by the way? Okay, so. Well, it's a little bit interesting. I've never heard of this before.
It's just feels like really different ideas and knowledge. I don't really want that. I'm not sure what we're talking about.
They talked about, I think it wasn't, because of the requirements every 3 months.
Just because I don't have.
Yeah, so I am a director at special, and then I'll go get this one. Okay. Thank you. Everyone in the day.
Oh, yeah.
So spent the last 4 years or so very good. Technical all January, I'll end up switching over. What happened? Like you're on, especially about 45%. I would try to get up on. Yeah, I think it was. Where especially as we're talking about the self-confidence. Outside. Yeah, how's it? Also, if you're going to at the same time, they're gonna say, "Oh, so and so just passed out." Where, like, how do you know? Yeah, right. Like the others. I was at a conference today at the AW narrative.
Green Kings.
I think I
The Dark Friday and then there's.
by their.
Are they the same? Yeah.
They're having emergency.
I don't know.
It's quite interesting, there's kind of some cases. If I were like facing that one diversify, it's like the problems.
You were saying this is no, they're not in the same case. One is social impact and one is environmental.
Last year was last semester, this year's everything.
I think through it's 5. It had to be 2014 to and then some.
Is this the presentation that you've seen in the past?
We've both been part of the presentation, so we've done the pictures and like push people in verification as well.
But is this the same that is?
Connor, do you want me to grab you some?
Oh, yeah, grab me some.
Do you have a preference?
Yeah.
Preferably the chicken, but I'll take out of it.
Because we're so gonna be here. I think it's just amount of time. And number of people.
It's challenging. I would like to hear more. I'd like to see more of the demo and I'd like to ask more questions. Yeah, having it more time. I wish we had. If we could have like a full 15 minutes, just like dedicated to it, I would do that instead, but.
Will it be the C tech?
Yes, so we have GitHub repos and then we'll have case representatives that you can like bring in to ask questions during judge deliberation.
I want to ask one of them, I think it's the second one talking about the health translation balance, like the regulatory compliance, or just look through the slides, I saw they had some stuff.
Like the HIPAA stuff and whatnot.
Also, if you want to see for the media team, like exactly what they tested on, because I know they said they talked about like bootstrapping, having a diverse sample, so I just want to know. I just wanted to take them.
I'm debating the value of more questions because if I get more time for questions, it's gonna get rough.
Yeah. I definitely saw a few times where like you were going, you were digging in,
Like,
yeah.
hard to ignore, but you wanted to encourage.
No, that's good. I think that's good. The harder the question, the better. Yeah. I mean.
I like the like 3 question format.
Oh, you do?
Is there a way to do like a prelims final round? I know it works expanding.
Like have like all the teams present and then or like
Maybe like just randomize where it's like X number of teams in the same group and maybe there's 2 of us. Like a room or something.
oh like half the judges judge
So
like
simultaneously, so with this big final show, the final thing, they just have
you have like the 5 final pitches and they bring up like 10 minutes.
Yeah, have longer.
That would be really interesting actually.
Your final pitch.
Yeah, you're fine.
Like a pitch competition.
You're in the Super Bowl of pitching.
Right. Not madness.
Really, that'd be fun. You go up against one other team and beat them out.
You have to have C.
The knockout round.
Yeah. I guess you'd have to have like.
That's a 1 C. Lots of pressure on it.
You have the Kentucky of Convergent coming in.
I'm looking at a lot of things. What do you know if I should stop?
Yeah, are you gonna be at the time?
Dallas.
Oh, yeah. Where are you working? Oh.
Good time to come in.
Where is it impacted us? So
Exactly. You're like, all right, good time to come in. Got some more money than me.
Chill, I think we're a mid-sized class, so we should be enough opportunities. That's good supply. Right now, supply, right?
What's your background?
Engagement finance, and then Convergent.
Also, THCA Florida Largo House. just rebrand it, I guess.
Every time I do this stuff, I'm always like, numbers. And then get to like the design stuff.
Oh,
wait, right.
Oh, really?
I feel like I saw a lot of the past was those saying things are testing, not doing testing.
We interviewed like 5 people, others were elites.
Yeah.
It was a nice 25% split, I don't know.
It was
I think
nice.
I wrote that
hearing-
last year too, and it didn't happen, like, people never give their sample size. Like 85% of the Texans are, you know, out of where?
They're hiding in West Texas and they're pretending to be like girls in Texas.
And we interviewed 200 people in like Loving County, the entire population, but
I used to look at numbers more now. I actually started looking at the numbers. If I start questioning if that doesn't make sense, then I go to the next level. Of numbers. But overall, it doesn't like this.
I'm surprised none of them have even hinted at the strategy that they want to just get thought out. There's some of these, if they could develop and do that, great.
Well, they're too drunk, something drunk driving, and then there's party drums.
they are in different cases, by the way.
I was gonna say, if the same case put both of them on there, that would.
Yeah, one is social impact and one is IoT. The driving one's IoT and Buzz is social impact.
Oh, Buzz was that.
They were not IoT.
Okay. Oh, it's interesting. So when I asked the question about like why do people look at wearable, I thought that the response was
We have to for IoT. They decided to go with that on their own.
And did you have to give them an extra budget?
Yeah, we gave them like an extra $50. We don't have to.
You ever drink some water?
We have bottles. Let me go grab some. Yes.
the last assumption that Netflix and Prime video or AAA accessibility bound. They're trying to keep a maximum, including audience for 20 languages should support. Doing it themselves. So they took that and they said, this is a great solution. This is going to help, but they're just going to buy it or they're going to develop it themselves. And made a major assumption saying Netflix isn't investing in that, and that's all they're investing in. They're doing it. Yeah, it's a beautiful solution, but it's like if you're going to sell that to Netflix, don't assume that they're not trying to develop it.
Kind of confusing. I think.
I mean, if Netflix is aware of it, I'll try to sell them.
Yes,
as fast as I could.
Also, the range of emotions is so small that it was like, oh.
Well, and it's too fast too. It was,
Yeah. But I mean, it's funny because they picked a very hard example, like Mean Girls, it's so subtle. And like the very beginning is Regina George's face, and it said like sad, but she was conniving. Like you gotta be really careful with these that are really subtle.
Well, I mean, conniving is a more complex emotion.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, like I watch a lot of fantasy movies. And I was like, what about those characters?
Oh yeah.
In your favorite Dragonborn.
Yeah.
All the Star Wars or space shows, they have the different alien races, different heads and wrinkles like there's human. So
It's like what
give me
they.
the emotions on the Ferengi. They don't know.
They don't.
Usually it's just what they appear.
I wonder if it
Not what they actually.
Yeah, I wonder if like the text be included in the like equation that is actually using, or even some of the visual description, visual description that comes with a lot of these recordings.
Analyze the audio and visual at the same time. Tricky, but good.
Because like I said, they did have audio descriptions for TV and Netflix for sure, which is actually, if you ever listen to it, it's really interesting. Oh, welcome to the bar. It looks good.
The other one was which one was the one for the drunk friend falling over?
Yeah. Buzz.
$10 a month, so I can tell my friends if I passed out.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, I think that if they wanted to go that way, they should have them for, I don't know, for red at big events. I just don't see it being
It works of keeping a party contact, thing like that would be valuable, whether I fall down.
Yeah.
Not the critical thing, but don't be for how to lose people down, when I lose people downtown.
Yeah, no. But of course, I mean, if you go that way, then you can just.
You got other.
You have other options, yeah. I really don't like it, I just think it is. That is not the experience I had in university that I'm sure you do. Yeah.
I think that application.
Yeah.
As soon as you give people that are going out there, breathalyzer, all the time, it's not. For, I was thinking, thank you, but they didn't go that route. I wanted to play like your parents didn't have it. I didn't know her.
I'm like giving people a little more.
You got one. Oh, you want? That's gonna come regulation. It's part of the other one, so we're gonna hear solution from the other. I'm going to try to get this card with those already in there. They're not gonna make it aftermarket.
Is that a real thing?
It doesn't exist yet. But if it does, that's where you go.
Yeah, there you go. They had something you could build in the Bronco cars easily. It's the one when they drive them too aggressively. You're in a ditch. You're accelerating. What are you doing? I get it.
I think that's what I wanted the concept on. So obviously we need to bring money. Sure. Like they get in the car.
I used to live on.
Get in the car and roll
no
windows
longer
there.
there.
That's what, dude, there's so many ways around it too, like.
My
first question was like, what if the car?
Oh, yeah, they haven't solved that.
Unless it's such as everywhere.
If they don't talk, it's like you're driving, right, let's say I'm drunk, and I turn and talk.
It's good right there,
It's
right?
right in front of your face.
Because if
It's
you ever
there.
get in the car when people do in a taxi or whatever, it smells like
Oh,
alcohol.
yeah, there's Florida in there, and everybody's trashed like that, there's no way. I'm the only sober one I'm driving, they won't be able to tell. This is like too many questions, you start finding holes. It's hard to do a pitch and make it perfect up front.
Well,
It's always.
honestly, how long have they had to work on this stuff? A semester?
3/4 of a semester.
3/4 of a semester? I mean, when you think about it in that way, it's like they have gotten a lot done.
But also, it's usually the recommended at last couple.
I've got some feedback about that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a design of yes, it's the clear one, bigger curtain, and that one's, it's not like a exact shape.
I hate design by PowerPoint as experience with photography. It's so difficult. You gotta educate it. I like the second.
Yeah.
There are some things that I like, I want to like sit there and much about it. Because my last gig, I worked with clips every day for 4 years, and so like, there's just so many little quirks that I want to like try to talk to see what they're talking. And it's like, none of the answers that you gave were big, oh, this is like not valid anymore. It's like, I really want to know, just how deep down this well did you actually go?
I understand the multiple language thing. Seems like anyone could use it.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really get that. It's once again, because when you're working with marketplace communities, like what incentive are you really giving to pay for a service to give you something that should be?
Yeah, I didn't like how they were trying to monetize it. It's like, I'm gonna charge you to use it, and then you can go try to like argue with it. I think a different tactic may be a little bit more, a little bit better for the market. You can upload it. We will scan and automatically flag whether you think that there's complaints to be made. So it'll take a small portion of the sale in case it's like correction. Like it's
Like the lawyers, yeah, like the lawyers.
yeah, exactly. So if you're not charging them for the chance to say, but
Yeah, that's what
they're getting money back in the case they owed it, and you can run a viable business. You gotta be able to process the refund yourself, then never verify if they got paid or something. Yeah, and it's the sort of thing that if you get big enough, right, you can have a lawyer full time making these calls, right? You know, like actually going and doing the actual like like a debt. Yeah, exactly. What's gonna go call your exactly. Until you get to that size, you can kind of batch it. It's like, okay, here's a letter that's prefabricated. Send it to the where. Yeah. And if it's something that somebody's already struggling with the language barrier, tech, readiness. You know, all these upload scans, and then you got to embed. It's like, well, wait a minute. The problem was the technology. Now I got 4 more steps.
language learners, more systems.
It seemed like it worked for everybody. Hospital bills
That's what I was
for
thinking
everybody.
too, yeah, like I wonder if there's more fraud.
It would be slightly hard that the hospitals are purposely hard. That would be a conspiracy to harden the hospital. Well, the lenders did it. Lenders used to be going to poor communities, even when the rates were 2-3%, they were writing 6-7% mortgage. It's all, they have all those little apps where you buy it. They come up with memberships versus gambling. They skirt the rules, but it's all the same model.
It's like when you go to like a list.
3
They
people
have
win
the
and everybody else
tokens.
loses.
You win tokens at one store, you do, so when you turn tokens, watch that. Totally.
Small business one, I've seen this one come up every few weeks as well.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted them to name one film creation. I really wanted it. It's okay.
Thought, right? That could also be called a trading option. So, but it's not, they're saying not. So you can't really.
Yes.
Then that's where lose money because you don't hardly buy.
Yeah.
It's just a thought, right?
We all need to be on the.
Yeah, they don't describe the people that it takes a learning by now. Tournaments.
And like, why were it give like advice because then like or maybe if the treaters and they're all the same tournament, is that a conflict of interest? What's not there?
That's if you were gonna make money in the tournament, it's good for trade, like training. Like, hey,
Oh, yeah.
you need to get up with turn.
There, right?
So the idea of playing alternative stocks.
It was very sweet. Like you were there, I was looking at something really saying people.
I want to say 25 or 6 states. Like about $5 million company.
They're just like watching like amateur sports, so they're like intensely watching us.
The problem I have is the incentives that they market the $5. Spend so much money, so many profits. When that first got that money, when you release that. Well, that's why, yeah, you can use it, but it doesn't count towards your bonus. So basically, the odds of actually collecting the bonus and having money when you have at the end of the term is very, very low. It's a real scam. It's like having the advertising for it. Yeah, and so you also got these actors. Stuff legitimizing. It's like, look at it. People make money. But I've never went to Vegas in December for basketball. A lot of fun. It was betting, but it was just part of the thing. It's called it my little bit better holiday season.
I'm mad. It just doesn't. You are.
The triggers an emotion for you.
It does. Like, what the hell was it? Other than like with family, they don't have trash talking, but it's only like one thing. But I can't imagine like you get a two random teams being like that. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Although when I went, I won. Oh, I'm like 1 for 1. 1 for 1. I started with 20. Oh, maybe you should do more of that. Because I wanted, I did it all slot machine. Yeah. And I wanted something slot machine. And they're not fun. Yeah. They don't have the same sound. It's you're typing in videos, man. You have to take an iPad. Yeah. On your iPad. Right. It's not a great experience.
Right outside, go down and sit on the hallway.
You know, it's you just keep asking questions about how to make it. Also, my crack. Oh yeah, that is the most ridiculous game. How did they come up with this game? There's stuff everywhere. I'm like, what are we gonna name it? Let's name it what you say when you're trying to win. Basically, every time I look at the computer, like, yeah. What? Oh, I was still. Okay, we'll have it like okay, I don't I hope not. Like that.
You rate
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, sir.
Yeah. Are you're doing the computer, right?
All right, so up next we have skill sync. I have Bruce come on standby.
Whoa, Kathir, how are you so good at volleyball?
Dude, thank you, man. You know, I actually used to play a lot back in high school, and I got really good. I was even playing on the club team and stuff like that. And I've actually been looking to coach on the side just to make a quick buck. You know, I wouldn't even charge that much, but I just can't find any clients anywhere. There's just nobody, you know?
Holy smokes, I need a coach.
I'm sure there's some people that could use the coaching.
I mean, I know there's people like Josh out there that would love to learn how to improve at the sport because they just don't really know much about it. And I would love to coach them, but there's just no platform for me to find people like that and get some clients, you know? I just don't know what to do.
Here, what are you talking about? Haven't you heard about this amazing new app called SkillSync?
SkillSync? What's that?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We at SkillSync have been interviewing students right here at UT Austin, and we found out that the scenario between Josh and Kathir is actually more common than you think it is. My name is Shreya, and this is the rest of the team. Now, going back to user interviews, we're able to come to three main findings. First of all, student coaches are having difficulty finding clients just because there's no platform to connect them to them. Secondly, current social media apps are way too broad, and there aren't any non-judgmental sports platforms that are dedicated towards fostering an inclusive community and providing constructive feedback. And thirdly, private coaches are unaffordable for college and low-income students, which makes it difficult for them to find people to watch them and provide constructive feedback to improve their game. And this leads us to our overarching problem. Casual coaches and athletes need a way to connect because those who want to coach or learn a new sport at an affordable rate have no convenient way to do so.
That's where SkillSync comes in. We here at SkillSync cover three main bases. First, we give casual athletes like Kathir the opportunity to expand their clientele. Next, we give inexperienced athletes like Josh an ability to find accessible coaching.
And finally, we create a non-judgmental zone for all athletes to showcase their passion, making SkillSync a home run solution. But how do we do this? First, on Josh's side, we allow clients to upload clips of their own performances in order to receive either constructive criticism or to simply just showcase their passion. Next, on Kathir's side, we allow coaches to create a profile, allowing them to connect to the massive SkillSync user base. And furthermore, these coaches can upload clips of them performing clips in order to promote themselves to that user base. And finally, our regulated rates model ensures that coaches may only pay a maximum of $25, which is below the market rate of traditional one-to-one coaching.
Next, our demo will be from the perspective of the client. When you first load into the app, you'll be met with the Explore page, which will give you recommendations on the coaches based off of the tags that you provided. Once you find a coach that you're interested in, you can press on that coach's profile where you'll be redirected to their page and where you can view all of the clips that they posted, as well as have the opportunity to sync or follow them, as well as message and schedule a session to hit the ground running. Additionally, we can see our community aspect through the media page, where users can interact with each other, as well as upload their own clips in a fashion similar to Instagram Reels or TikTok. You as a user yourself can also upload this, as you can see through the profile page when you press the plus button to upload your own videos. And next, our tech stack will be a React Native front end, a Flask backend, and a MongoDB database.
Yeah, so now let's move into the business side. Based on our A/B testing, we found we will get around 17,200 users onto our platform. This includes UT students looking to coach, be coached, and this also includes low-income students in the Austin area looking to be coached. Next, let's jump into the competitor analysis. So what makes SkillSync so unique is that it is the only platform that offers affordable coaching and a supportive sports-focused community. Also, it's built by and for casual athletes who are often overlooked in the skill development process. Next, I want to talk a little bit about go-to-market. So first, we plan a table outside of places like Greg Gym and the UT Rec Center, giving out exclusive offers to early users. Also, we will advertise on platforms like Instagram and TikTok, drawing their sports-focused users to our platform. Lastly, we plan to partner with UT Rec Sports so that we can advertise at places like intramural games and other sports-related events. Now, regarding our revenue model, we plan to take a 5% commission off of every transaction that occurs on our platform. Also, we will have coaches pay a $12 monthly fee to be promoted as a coach on our platform, which we found coaches were willing to pay based on our survey results. Finally, I want to talk about some future steps. So obviously, we want to continue expanding to other campuses, tapping into their sports networks, but we also want to start generating ad revenue on our own platform. Lastly, once we get a large enough user base, we plan to implement a rating system so that clients can rate coaches and coaches can rate clients, so that users like Josh and I can continue to safely and effectively sync skills. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. So you can switch to that slide right there. Yeah, so we sent out a form to all of the potential users that we thought we could have. And we asked them if they were, on the coach's side, we asked them, would you be willing to coach for a salary of between $10 and $15? And we also asked them if they would be willing to pay a $12 monthly fee to be promoted as a coach on the platform. And here are the results we have for that. So 80% of the people that we surveyed said that they would be willing to do this. And because our market cap, or the amount that we cap the coach's salary at is $25 per hour, this gives them flexibility to go even beyond the $15 range if they want to. And then on the client side, we asked how many people would be interested in being coached for approximately $10 to $15 an hour. And based on that, we got 53% were interested in doing that. So that's what our user testing was.
And was this like face-to-face user testing as well, or just this?
It was a mixture of both. So some people we sent out a survey to, but then also we went around campus asking users if they would be okay with rates and if they would be interested in this service. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is it's cool. I like the niche you kind of got carved out here. It's like I watch slides like this. So because A/B testing is testing two different variants for preference, as opposed to asking questions like how much you pay, which are completely unreliable questions. Yeah, to begin with, so you want to be a little more tactical and technical in your A/B testing, but in general, I really like it. Sure.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for that advice.
Thank you for all the questions. Thank you, SkillSync. Up we have Whoosh, and then can I have Trinity come on standby?
Meet Allison, a young professional trying to navigate through the chaos of her inbox. Watch as she scrolls through countless amounts of redundant client emails, essentially asking the same thing over and over again. For a moment, shall we? It seems like Allison's reached her breaking point. There's a solution that doesn't require breaking your laptop. Introducing Whoosh. But before we show you how it powers, let's dive into why it's important. Our problem comes down to time, and time is valuable. Redundant client emails hinder productivity, ultimately pushing aside higher priority tasks. In fact, 28% of the average professional's workday is spent reading and responding to emails. This equates to roughly 2.6 hours in a typical 8-hour workday. However, Whoosh is here to change this by alleviating the mundane task of responding to emails, thus empowering professionals across various industries to save valuable time. My name's Briona.
I'm Isabel.
I'm Kevin.
And I'm Ashita. So our team has created an AI-powered Gmail add-on that streamlines communication by generating tailored responses that are ready to edit and send. We have 3 main features that make Whoosh valuable to client-facing professionals like Allison. One being that our model is able to create tailored responses by querying from a collection of previously uploaded emails. These responses have a user-based tone, so we can both capture and communicate Allison's unique writing style and voice to her clients. And this is all done instantaneously and it's integrated within Gmail, so there's never a need to visit a third-party website.
To show you our product's amazing capabilities and easy to use nature, here's our demo. So first we can see that Allison signs into her Google Workspace, where she will basically connect her Gmail to our add-on. And we automatically extract and filter her last 3 months of emails, and she has the option to select and deselect emails as she needs. And once she uploads it to our database, we're ready to go. So she can go to Gmail, click on any Gmail message, click on our add-on, and then click generate. And within just a few seconds, it will auto-generate a response, whoosh. So this will create a tailored response to help her serve her clients' needs. And to really understand the backbone of this entire project, we need to understand the RAG pipeline, or the Retrieval Augmented Generation pipeline that we use to implement our model. So first, when she clicks on generate in our model, in our add-on, it will forward a request to our Llama index database, which basically retrieves hashed responses that are responses to emails that are the most similar to the one that we're currently replying to right now. And then that will send a request to our GPT large language model that will augment on those responses and use them as context to generate a tailored response.
All right, so we plan to sell our product B2B. Our total market is going to be companies throughout the world. We then narrow that down to companies within the United States. And for our SOM, we have mid-sized companies based in Austin. Within our first year, we predict to hit 2% of that market. To look at a few of our competitors, we've seen that ChatGPT lacks direct integration into Gmail. Superhuman does have a Gmail extension. However, like ChatGPT, responses are not personalized from previous emails. Instead, users must input phrases or response ideas to get an output. With Whoosh, users have the convenience of all these features. For our pricing model, we have a 3-tier monthly subscription plan. Companies are put into these tiers based on the number of employees they have
since that relatively increases our costs. For our go-to-market strategy, we have 3 plans. We want to attend trade shows throughout the country, such as tech industry, sales, and marketing trade shows. We would also want to contact companies directly to see if they would be interested in our product. And lastly, we would rely heavily on word-of-mouth referrals, since we believe that goes a long way in Austin. For our next steps, we hope to expand our product to other platforms like Outlook to adapt to consumer needs. We also would want to license our product so companies can run our software and store data on their own devices. And lastly, we would hope to create our own model so companies don't have to worry about uploading private data. Through our product, we hope to empower Allison and other employees to send confidently with Whoosh!
So I guess I know we talked about privacy as like in the expansion phase, but trying to like kind of bring more protections. Why are we only focused on that in the future? Why are we not focused on privacy in the here and now? Because there's a lot of company sensitive information, and if, like for example, this somehow gets leaked or easily hacked, this could be a huge thing. So why is this prioritized only for the later versus like now?
And I'll just start with like our users. So our users easy for like select and deselect whichever emails you want to upload to our product. But we also think there's an advantage to not being one of these bigger companies because like bigger companies like say Google and OpenAI are kind of notorious for these big data privacy issues. And that's why like we don't have the resources right now to like have our own large language model, but we do hope to do so like in our very future next steps. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Work with this company as a vendor called Genesis, and they do Genesis Chat, and they have a lot of AI, essentially chatbots, right? So just kind of turning email into a chatbot model, or what makes it different?
A bit. We are kind of focusing on emails now, and then we kind of open to other domains that have these redundant and repetitive like tasks.
And to add on to that,
yeah.
Basically, obviously, right now we have the ability to be integrated into Gmail, which is a big plus as it can save a lot of time. And I think this could also go into the direction of ticketing, as many ticketing softwares also have this sort of IT support, sales, and customer service, which requires a lot of these same requests that come every time. And we could use the same integration potentially.
How do these companies handle this right now? I mean, I understand that they probably have a pick list with different forms. Is that true? And how does this change the game?
Are you saying like companies in terms of like this issue, like solving this issue exactly?
Right, companies dealing with redundant client emails.
So within Gmail, for example, they are giving those like auto-generated responses that are very small and they don't really address like the meat of the problem, and they're not always accurate to like the Gmail that we want to respond to. But because we are having these previously uploaded emails, you're able to have this collection to get more context for these responses instead of having, say, like these large language models kind of just predict and say kind of
right. Well, I guess I'm saying if they're receiving a lot of redundant client emails, they probably have a lot of templates set up. So you're saying that the AI customizes that template.
Right. So because of large language models, we can generate, and although they won't be exactly the same, they will be very similar, and they will get the main points. So instead of using just a basic template that caters to a specific question, we can sort of categorize it and make it more specialized. And it could also expand very quickly because of our knowledge base. So as long as you're uploading more types of emails and different types of emails, you can easily like encapsulate more things instead of keeping like a template that everyone has to
copy and paste.
That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you. They also have polythene instead. All right, whenever you're ready.
Three of five. 3 of 5 nursing home patients are dying of loneliness every single year. This also includes them having chronic conditions such as dementia, depression, and Alzheimer's. This leads to 81% of families not wanting to put their family members and their loved ones into these nursing homes. This furthers the stigma of nursing homes being sad and lonely and depressed places. This further contributes to $3 billion of lost revenue for these nursing homes, which they could be taking and putting back into their residents. We have a solution to all of these problems. Trinity.
Let's take Doreen, for example. She's a 76-year-old grandmother who lives in a nursing home in Florida. Unfortunately, however, her one daughter lives in Chicago, Illinois, and is also juggling caretaking responsibilities of 2 young children. This makes it very difficult for her to visit Doreen in the nursing home. And she is just one of many families suffering from the same issue. And we have the solution. Nursing home or elderly patients in nursing homes feel isolated from their family members, and there's a disconnect between their social lives. And Trinity tackles this by serving as a one-stop shop for connecting elderly patients in nursing homes to their family members. And we do this through a 3-way approach. The first is notifying family members of real-time activities that the elderly patients are doing in these nursing homes with their digital scrapbook. The second is a comprehensive schedule view that allows family members to request a call or meet in the nursing homes. And last, we have a mood tracker that allows family members to monitor the emotional well-being of their loved ones in nursing homes. Let's see how this takes action in real time.
For our app, we have both staff and family view. Once both users log in, the nurse is then able to pick out a patient. Let's take Doreen, for example. Once Doreen is chosen, the nurse can then look at her activity feed. She can choose to add an activity, delete an activity, or submit a picture. In this case, Doreen is at the library, but she could be doing so many other things that are then updated to the family profile on this end, as we can see. Then the family is able to request a call to the nurse. Depending on Doreen's schedule for the day, the nurse can accept or decline that call. Finally, the nurse can update Doreen's mood on the mood tracker, which is then broadcasted through the family line. Finally, the nurse and the patient are able to look at their account settings and edit their profile.
As you can see, there is a huge market for this. 1,195 nursing homes in Texas alone are able to use our product for their families. We have competitors, but each of our competitors only takes into account one aspect of our product. The 3 aspects that we take into consideration are connectivity, nursing home integration, and also social updates. For example, all Facebook groups really does is give social media updates to your friends and family about what you're doing. However, it doesn't have features such as mood trackers and nurses giving actual information about the patient. The only one who actually does this is Trinity. Furthermore, what do we bring to the nursing homes? We bring an increased demand to nursing homes. 65% of people said that they would be more willing to put their family members into nursing homes if they had a product such as Trinity connecting them to their family. Furthermore, Trinity is able to improve welfare for elderly patients by just having that connection with their family and not leaving them detached. And lastly, it is a one-stop shop for everyone, nurses, family members, and the elderly patients alike.
But how are we going to make money? Trinity has a simple and effective solution to the prices. We're going to charge nursing homes $5 per month per patient. At an average of 87 patients per nursing home, this results in $435 per month for a nursing home to use our service. To launch Trinity off the ground, we have a three-pronged go-to-market strategy. Firstly, we're going to target Austin-based nursing homes, many of whom have already expressed interest in our application. Secondly, we're going to target technological conventions that are targeted for nursing homes, such as the one in Dallas next summer. And finally, we're going to use word-of-mouth strategies to improve our brand knowledge. Trinity isn't just going to stop here, though. We have two key next steps. Firstly, we're going to have the full device integration, launching both a web and a tablet mode. And secondly, we're going to make this a full hub for all things involving nursing home, whether that be medical information or even paying for the nursing home itself. However, this isn't just about Trinity, and it's not just about nursing homes. It's about patients. It's about people like Doreen who are unable to live and connect with their family members, whether that be her daughter or even her grandchildren. However, we need to stop this. So help us with our Trinity solutions and to help and better people's lives like Doreen. Thank you.
In the previous slide, you mentioned that 3 out of 5 people, or was that aren't with their families in nursing homes, and or the other statistic, are these two numbers from the same study or are they different?
The 3 out of 5 is just saying that nursing homes residents are suffering from loneliness and thus dying easier because of these illnesses. And then this statistics we got from our user interviews of just pulling around campus and asking nursing homes themselves about how much families are willing to put their.
So is the loneliness problem the only problem that contributes to this 81%?
When we asked the question, we said like how willing are families to put their patients in in nursing homes, and one of the things that we took into account with that question was contributing to loneliness, but I don't think that's the only factor. It's just one of the many factors.
So what are some other factors that you tested for or discovered during your research?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I was wondering, what are some other major factors you found out were maybe contribute to this 81%?
Yeah, so right here you can see in this poll over here, some factors that are the highest include lack of connectivity, which is the 81%, the social stigma, which is 62% of people, and then the third most is the high resident to nurse ratio, which is 27%. So with this polling, we found that while it's not only connectivity, that is the highest factor of why people are unwilling to put their families in nursing homes. Yes.
So elderly people generally struggle with traffic since living in the app. So how do you expect to get over those hurdles?
Yeah, so our app primarily works with nursing homes, and so the nurses that work in these nursing homes would be the ones actually including the information. That way, even if the elderly patients struggle with technology or are unwilling to use it, there is still a way for family members to be updated about their activities.
That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you, Trinity. Next, we have polysync, and then kind of replay and come up on standby.
This is Sarah, an Austin native who has been a police dispatcher for the past 5.5 years in the local area. And although she is truly passionate about her job and helping other people, that isn't to say it's easy. There's several issues that police dispatchers face, including having to manage 911 calls, dispatch police officers, and many more. And Sarah isn't alone in this endeavor.
In fact, 56%, over half, of police dispatchers have reported high levels of stress and anxiety in managing a huge influx of calls. To sum this up, police dispatchers need a way to efficiently choose the nearest responders to the scene of a crime or accident, because current initiatives are often too slow in responding to urgent crises. Introducing Policing. Our police dispatcher system is designed to streamline coordination and ensure efficient deployment of resources during emergencies. And this is the team behind it all.
To go over the three components of our software, we first have precise tracking. Each police officer is enabled with a phone, a web app, and a mobile app on their side, which allows them to be tracked by the dispatchers through a Google Maps system and their longitude and latitude in their location. Another feature that we have is our optimized routing. By using geocoding and traffic data, we're able to check if certain areas have induced congestion, traffic, or construction, just so police officers can get to their destination without any kind of deferral. And lastly, we have the Streamline app. The Streamline app is basically each police is enabled with an app that has their profile, such as languages they speak, status of what they're doing, if they're active or if they're not available. So this can help the dispatcher enable which police officer are actually ready to do their job right now or which ones are busy. So let's go over the demo video real quick. So here you can see the web app. So here I'm putting in the address that Rishi just called in. So 2510 Rio Grande Street. Here's the number that he called me by. And as you guys can see, the guy was assaulted that he just is calling 911 for. So here I'm putting in priority 4, obviously, because this is one of the utmost priorities, a police car, and then I'm putting in the name of the actual incident. And then once I press next, you can see here that this is the closest car, taking in all of the accounted. And then this is her mobile app that checks, which she just got the pop-up notification. Yeah, so for all those things that you just saw in the demo video, what our tech stack was we used a React mobile app and web app just for connectivity, and the actual link between the two was with a real-time database from People Firebase.
So looking at our actual target market, we decided to focus on police departments for who our actual customers would be. So we looked at first the number of police departments within the US, which is 18,000, and then we narrowed it down to our actual obtainable serviceable market, which is about 232 police departments within urban areas of Texas. As for our business model, what we're charging is a $105 monthly subscription for our actual software, as well as a $2,000 one-time customized system integration fee. And this includes not only like our training fees and actually training these dispatchers, but also like implementing the software into their current systems. And then lastly, there's also a $250 yearly maintenance fee.
And that brings us to our competitors. So as you see here, this table nicely demonstrates some of the competitors that we have here at the top. And on the side, you can see some of the features that dispatcher systems commonly have, such as accessible and intuitive UI, affordability, present status management, and like optimized routing. And what we really want to emphasize here is that although our competitors have at least one of these features, only Policing has all of them, which truly helps us stand out from the crowd. And so now let's talk about how we're going to get this product in front of as many eyes as possible. So we have 3 strategies for this. The first being directly calling up police stations and dispatchers and pitching to them directly on the phone. Another strategy is like promoting our products in law enforcement trade shows. And another strategy is digital advertising. So making full use of like LinkedIn ads and other platforms. And looking forward, we hope to expand our device to other emergency vehicle departments such as ambulances. We also hope to expand and reverberate throughout outside of Texas through like other dispatcher systems in the US. We also hope to improve our threat detection and automation abilities. And finally, we hope to integrate our better GPS tracking into existing police cars and systems. So thank you for listening, and get your productivity in sync with policing.
What's the current police dispatch experience in Austin like?
Yeah, so like currently what most of these like police departments use, like UTPD and others in Austin, is like computer aided like dispatch software. And so what typically happens is like, things like the caller's like location and their number will like often be like automatically inputted. We weren't exactly able to like get that kind of technology, but I'm sure like other systems and like that they use do. But what tends to happen is that they like manually will check, like they'll be able to see where the police officers are, but they tend to manually check like, and decide who they want to actually like, deploy for this mission and stuff like that. And it's not necessarily automated in a sense, which is kind of what we're providing.
Just to kind of, you go ahead.
Just to add on to that point, especially with police software and UTPD especially, we actually talked to UTPD and they didn't give us much information, but the gist of what they were saying was that their UI wasn't that great and like accessible, especially with other companies that have to do with like payroll enterprise software and compliance software. You can see examples that count from 8 months to a year of onboarding processes, just teaching each person how to use the software. And I'm assuming the same goes for these kind of police dispatcher software. You have to teach, when onboarding a new software, you have to teach each person how to use each component, and especially accessible and just interactive UIs just make everything easier, and you can just reduce the cost of money for everyone.
Oh, and also just like in terms of like, if you're wondering how long it takes right now for like dispatchers to respond, in Austin it's about like 22 minutes. So our thing does like actually significantly, or our software does like significantly reduce that. And of course, any reduction is always important when it comes to these matters.
We have time for one more question for this one. Thank you, PoliSync.
Next favorite replay. And then on standby.
Ring, 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 ring.
Hello, this is Hadi. I'm with a small business here.
Hi, I'm Rahik. I'm a consumer. How do I return this product I bought?
Oh man, it's a whole process. I can't lie. Like we gotta get the product that we shipped you. You gotta pack it up. You gotta go online. Make a whole
This is
shipping label.
way too many
all over
steps.
the UPS.
It's too complicated.
Oh man, as a small business, I have all these returns I have to deal with. But I have so many other things I need to focus on. Whatever shall I do?
Honey, it's all good. You're not alone. As it turns out, over 25% of small businesses responded that returns were a large issue in a survey. And on top of that, through user interviews, we found that they're unable to prioritize returns because they're more focused on customer experience and their products. Returns also account for 16.5% of online sales, which makes it a bigger burden for smaller businesses as they're unable to address, they don't have the means to address this issue. And then Rahik, you're not alone either. Convenient returns experiences were found to be highly valued by customers, which is why our team created a solution for return management issues for both the small business and the customer. My name is Reina. This is Hadi and Rahik, as you already know, and that's Ananya. And now we're introducing Reclaim.
So with Reclaim, we introduced 3 key features to solve return processing issues for both the consumer and the small business. The first of our features is our streamlined return processing system. Within this system, it allows a seamless transition from customers to small businesses for returns. Our second feature is our summary dashboard, which is purely on the business end. This allows businesses to have a full overview of all the returns that need to be fulfilled. It allows them to track and approve returns and allows them to have a tab for what returns have been fulfilled already. And our last feature is our barcode scanner. This is integrated within an app purely on the consumer side. This scanner allows consumers to submit returns hassle-free to a business. Now that I've talked about these features, to get a better look into how they function, we'll have Rahik show you guys the demo.
Right. So on the business end, they have a website that they can log into. Once on the website, they're able to look at a dashboard that shows the number of orders that are pending, on the way, and have come in and are just awaiting a refund. So it's going to pop up, but the app that the consumers have is super easy to use. You just scan the barcode of the item you're trying to return, and then you just write the complaint that you have, and the app sends that complaint straight back to the business. So here you can see the complaint is being rated and sent straight back to the business. So here you can see it got updated. Now you can head over to the pending tab where the business is able to see what the complaint is and any kind of useful information about it. The other tabs show the other stages of the return management process and make it super simple for the business to organize and track returns. Now, as far as technology is used, we have the front end using React Native and React using Material UI components for styling. And on the back end, we have Node.js and Express with Firebase for authentication and database.
So as you can see, return management is a huge problem. So let's look at what current solutions exist in the market. Our primary competitors are Return Logic and Loop, both of which are return management platforms. But what makes Reclaim stand out is firstly our consumer-centric approach to tackling small business problems, in addition to our unique features with the summary dashboard and the barcode scanning system. To add, we also offer lower prices than our competitors without sacrificing on quality. Speaking of our pricing, we use a subscription model that charges $25 per month to small businesses, offering discounts for 6-month and yearly subscription plans. Moving on to our market sizing, we firstly identified our total addressable market by finding the number of small businesses in the United States that sell consumer product goods. Then we found that only 18% of those businesses use an inventory management system, so we narrowed that number down to 28,000. Lastly, we filtered geographically for our serviceable obtainable market and found the 2.7 companies in Texas that fit the above criteria. Finally, for our future, we firstly want to implement notification update systems for both small business and consumers throughout the return process. For example, when returns have been made and when refunds have been processed. In addition, we want to have Reclaim be able to handle exchanges in addition to just returns. And lastly, we want to have Reclaim act as a sort of plugin to current existing inventory management software, such as NetSuite or ShipStarter, so that small businesses can use those in cohesion to manage their operations. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. We are a B2B solution to help B2C companies Reclaim. Thank you. I think we were more focused on the sort of analysis on the small business end of it. For example, like trying to figure out how many returns they're getting, and that sort of thing. So we didn't really look that much into like FedEx and UPS for the actual shipment process of it.
How did you decide on your pricing subscription?
Yeah, so if we go to the competitive analysis slides, we looked at some of our competitors, which I mentioned to be Return Logic and Loop, and we saw what prices they were charging for their plans. So for Loop, the starter plan was what was closest to what we were offering, and they charged it at $29. So we wanted to make it lower than that so that it's more accessible for smaller companies. And then as for Return Logic, their prices were far higher than ours. Well.
So. So you're trying to do sort of a cost leadership strategies, but and typically, is this always successful for your target demographic? Like, are you trying to focus on cost or are you trying to focus on differentiation?
So at the time, because switching return management software, because there's a high switching cost for companies that are currently using other things like return logic and loop, we wanted to offer our services at a lower price so that they have an incentive to switch to ours. But as we scale up and have more small business handling a larger amount of returns, we can change that sort of pricing. And then as for the value part of it, we were focusing on value on the consumer end with the barcode scanning process, which Loop and Return Logic don't offer.
We have time for one more question.
Does the technology generate return labels or something to facilitate the shipping back to the
At the present, no, but we do have that capability in the future if it's like in higher demand, it will be used.
But the way that we do simplify the whole process is that while we do not generate shipping labels, once the consumer goes ahead and uses our scanner to submit a return, then they're greeted with a whole instruction manual on how to submit their return, which simplifies the whole process for them.
Awesome. Thank you, Reclaim.
What do you guys want to do today?
I'm not quite sure, but I heard there's a pretty good escape room near here.
I'm a broke college student. I can't afford that.
I'm kind of hungry. Have you guys heard of Clark's? They have pretty good lobster rolls.
Ew, seafood smells weird. I can't have that.
How about we go swimming? There's a big community pool near here.
I can't swim either.
Dude, what's your problem?
Well, you guys just keep coming up with trash ideas.
I've never tried my meal.
This is awful. And it's happened to every single one of you before. So we created Shindig. My name is Aditya.
I'm Abiram.
And I'm Kayla.
And this is our team. This UT student can never find something close by and affordable to do in the downtown Austin area. And this can be seen in our very own Convergent group with Nathan Yee, who joined Convergent and has no friends. And it's really, really sad. He joined Convergent Brown Bags group to make new friends, but not one person in the Slack could come up with one idea to do together.
And that's where we step in. We're offering a fun and interactive platform for you and your friends to discover local activities, events, and businesses curated to the interests and needs of the overall group. And how do we do this? We have a 4-step process. First, you gather your group of friends. Second, you each individually input your interests when creating your profile. Third, our app will generate ideas of activities to do in your local area. And similar to Tinder, if you want to do the activity, you swipe right. If not, you swipe left. And then finally, you find your fun and shindig it away. And now let's help Nathan Ying and Brown Bags figure out what to do today. So first, he'll input his budget and how far he's willing to travel. Next, he'll choose whether indoor or outdoor activities is his preference, and then any other general interests he would like to input. And now let's make sure the group is set up. See, you can see the Convergent Brown Bag right there. If not, you can create the group or join another one. And now this is what Shindig offers. So you can swipe right if yes, swipe left if not. And that show up in your results. But let's say Nathan really wants food, but he can't find it. It didn't show up in the recommendation. So he'll input it right here. And then in the top right, he'll favorite it, and then he'll add it to the list. And then we can go back to the group, and all his results will show up as C. But how do we actually do this? How do we let all this happen? And we set up a B2B business model. So for users, our entire app is completely free. But for businesses, for the first 3 months, we give them a free trial to incentivize boarding and as we build our client base. And after the free trial, they'll catch a great glimpse of what we have to offer in our client base. And to maintain that, we'll charge $100 per month.
So Austin is known as the #1 fastest growing city for small and medium-sized businesses. And Shindig's unique personalization features will allow for small and niche companies to find their target market and adapt to their size. We'll primarily focus by targeting local businesses in Austin, which is a market of $3.8 million. And then we'll expand to local businesses in the biggest college towns, which is a market of 51 million. And then we hope to tap into all the local businesses in Austin, which is a market of $3.3 billion. So as we all know, you can't have a Shindig without the people. That's why we hope to leverage the UT community and attract users through on-campus tabling, collaborating with student organizations, and also facilitating partnerships with Greek Life. As for our competitors, Geneva, Nudge, and Yelp, Shindig also offers exposure to local businesses. Alongside Nudge and Yelp, Shindig also provides personalized activities for users, and just like Yelp, Shindig incentivizes users with discounts. However, Shindig is unique in strengthening pre-existing relationships between users and simplifying the decision-making processes for groups in order for them to find their fun. What's next for Shindig? We are primarily focusing on implementing a reward and point system, exploring more about how machine learning can be applied, and also expanding our activity options for users.
Activities, friendships, and those little precious memories is what defines our happiness. This is what makes life worth living.
And these experiences are just from the 3 of us. Now imagine what we could do for the hundreds of thousands out there.
And it really doesn't have to be that hard. With a simple swipe, we can find your fun and Shindig it away. Thank you.
Okay, so for the primary reason for our 3 months free is at the beginning, we're still trying to build our client base. And for businesses, before they just for one, especially small businesses, so they're not as much willing to spend their money on something where they haven't got to experience yet. And by offering the first 3 months, we let them catch a glimpse.
Why did you choose number 3? And why did you choose 3 months? Why did you not choose 2 months? Why did you not choose 4, 5, 6? How do you settle the number 3 months?
We just wanted to offer an extended amount of time for them to kind of see what users would like and how it would ultimately help their business. We even reached out to hundreds of companies in Austin, and we got some feedback from these 2. Other ones we didn't really hear back from, but they seemed very interested in our idea, and we thought that they would be very welcoming to a trial period in order to see how it actually influenced their business and help them adapt to a new client market.
How do you get the 4 people to agree?
4 people to agree.
In a group. Is it one person swiping left or right? What are the other 3?
Okay, so basically, how our algorithm works is each person has their own swiping activity. So they each have their own interests. So when you create your profile, you each individually input your own interests. And these activities have their own tags. So as you can see for Barton Springs, there's a little nature tag. So similar to that, each user will input their own tags. At the top right, you see compatibility. So let's say 10 users, let's say we have 10 users in a group, and 9 of them select that they're interested in nature. So that compatibility ratio will tell you like, this is what they're interested in. So the highest chance of everyone enjoying something will pop up first. And then, so consider, it gives everyone a voice. And then you swipe right if you want, and left if you don't.
We have time for one more question.
Why not ads? Why do you want to trade with businesses with this? You can't prove that they're going to improve business.
Through our market research, we actually found that Home Advisor, which is a platform for contractors to kind of advertise their business for home people and who wants to have home reconstructions, they actually charge the sole proprietors $25 a month. So we thought for advertising their businesses for reconstruction of homes. So we thought it would be essential for businesses to kind of advertise that way. We also thought about charging students, but students don't want to pay. They're broke. They want to just kind of see things for free. So
Yeah, and this is just proof of concept of how that works.
Awesome. Thank you, Shindig.
Judges, have you ever had your life get completely turned around in the span of a few months? Well, that's exactly what happened to Layla. At age 14, she was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, and in the span of a few months, she went completely blind. Now, her parents encouraged her to maybe move to a different school that is more fitted for people who are visually impaired and blind, but she had already lost her vision. She didn't want to lose her friends too. And so she decided to stay at a school that was not suited to push her forward academically. She fell behind and she felt very isolated from other students. We started thinking of ways to help out students just like Layla, and that is what led to Viper Vision. Today, the Viper Vision team and I are going to dive deeper into this issue, which exactly is basically people who are visually impaired and blind are often feeling isolated or kind of left behind in educational settings. Now, this issue actually impacts over 400,000 students between the ages of 5 and 15 in the United States. And just as Layla was talking about, she felt very isolated and people made her feel inept just because of her condition. And so we wanted to tackle this issue with Viper Vision. So Viper Vision is a pair of glasses that has state-of-the-art text-to-speech capabilities that allow students who are visually impaired or blind to kind of feel included in the learning environment and thrive in traditional classroom settings.
Now, for some of the features of the glasses themselves, these Viper Vision glasses have a camera actually embedded within the frames, an ESP32 camera that's able to take pictures of any document or book, picture book in front of them as they are kids. And the next feature is it actually transfers these pictures into text with an OCR, an optical character recognition software that then converts this into machine code that the computer can read, and then this outputs into audio that the kids can actually hear after holding up any document in front of them. And for our last feature, we have customizable frames that kids can use to either choose the color of the frames or color of the lenses just for their personal needs and design.
Now, imagine this. Nikhil, a young visually impaired child, is presented with reading material at school. In a busy classroom setting, a teacher can only do so much without external help. So Nikhil turns to Viper Vision. In our demo, the user puts on the glasses, and our camera sensor reads the image, and which then transcribes it into the audio. Once again, as he turns the page, a new picture is captured and then converted to audio. Our product utilizes a ESP32 camera sensor and an Arduino backend, and uploads pictures into a Firebase real-time data system. This is then run through a React Native app and runs with a Flask OCR machine learning algorithm.
In terms of marketing initiatives, we really wanted to reach out to educational institutions and parents of students who are visually impaired or blind. In terms of educational institutions, we want to attend educational conferences across the country, as well as reach out to disability and access departments in order to get our name out there in the educational space. In terms of parents, we want to reach out to pediatric ophthalmologists in order to act as sort of a first basis and be there to serve parents who have students who are visually impaired or blind.
All right, so for the cost, so variable costs are $15 per unit, and that consists of the glasses, the camera, and the attachment. Meanwhile, our fixed costs are roughly $311 per year, and that's split between the real-time database and the read-write storage system. Now, when we were assessing the markets, we actually looked initially at on a global level. We looking at the total population of blind and visually impaired children. However, when we're actually going to market, we plan on targeting the roughly 34,054 students who are living in Texas. Now, we have two revenue streams. The first being B2B, in which we'll charge $2,500 for 50 sets of glasses. And then the second being direct to consumer, which is $60 per pair. Now, within the market of text-to-speech readers, we have three main competitors: Orcam, Zerlo, and Envision. Now, as you can see, none of these brands actually address our consumers, being both too expensive and just simply not being made for them, in that they are fragile, importable, and impractical. Now, of the 80 students who we surveyed from the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, roughly 76.25% of them said that they would actually use our product over our competitors. Now, why is that? Well, it's because we made our product exclusively for them, making it both durable and easy to use and uncostly to repair. And beyond all of that, our product is also fun. We plan on adding gamification to our product to make it, to enhance the learning experience. Now, moving forward, we plan on collaborating with Texas State departments to fund our product expansion. Then we will conduct 80 testing on three rounds First to see, what the optimal price is, whether our product actually works, and then also if gamification is helpful. And then finally, we're going to combine these two to enforce the feature, to inform the features. In doing all of this, we hope to enhance the lives of children just like Tanya. And that is the Viper vision that we want to share with the world.
Product into an insurance provider? How are you going to communicate this need to insurance providers? What are some pushback you may receive from them? Or you can envision that?
Yeah, so we, as you mentioned, we're going to work with the Texas School for Blind and Visually Impaired and kind of talk to students and parents there. And so through that, we're doing several rounds of A/B testing to see if this price point would work. And if it does, that's when we kind of start reaching out to insurance providers to see if this is something feasible that can be covered by insurance. But also, this is something that we wanted to make more affordable so that parents would be able to pay out of pocket if they need it.
Doing testing, is it all like near term, or do you have kind of back of the whiteboards, things like
I think at the moment we're focusing more on close documents, but we do definitely want to expand to farther things, especially something like if a student is walking through a school and they want to see, a sign of what classroom they're entering. That's sort of our next steps.
Yeah, future implementations would involve like a student or a kid walking outside and being able to see that some of the big primary signs like stop signs or crosswalk signs, just so they don't run into issues, just when walking their day-to-day life. So that'd be like a future implementation that we plan.
Is that the actual size of the camera, or would it be integrated into the
Would it be integrated? It's like a
so it'd be invisible.
Right. Yeah.
This one's a little out there, but yes, we do a lot.
How do you plan on generating recurring revenue for sales?
I guess so with reaching out to educate, like that would be more, reaching out to schools would be more of like the initial way that we're going to gain revenue. Is just because like every school that we reach out to, we do want to sell a certain amount of sets. And then post that, it would be simply reaching out to, our stream of like straight to consumers. And so staying connected with those parents and like, obviously, unfortunately, this is an ailment that affects a lot of people. And it's going to continue to affect a lot of people. So be more focusing, we're going to initially focus on B2B and then move to B2C.
What's the B2B?
Business to business.
No, I mean, like what businesses are you selling?
Oh, it would be educational institutions. So it would be things like schools, colleges, universities, things like that is what we want to expand into eventually. But right now, since we're focusing on younger children, it would be, elementary or middle schools, partially high schools, and then also institutions that are specifically for those who are blind or visually.
I have one more question.
Yeah, just real quick, kind of address some two things. One, if you can get it approved as a medical device, get the insurance companies to pay for it, sell at a different price point, the insurance companies than you would to the school. And then your question was perfect. I want to integrate blind students and deaf students into my class because they're all at separate schools now. That sort of segregation integration now, being able to just look and do the snap of like what you have on the slide, have that described would be an amazing feature because now they can work on the classroom and see here and see the doctor.
Yeah, that's our hope. It's just so they don't have to feel like isolated or like away from other students. They can actually feel integrated with the class.
And I mean, in long term, we're dealing with one of the most vulnerable populations. We're dealing with children. Okay, and so I feel like if we can integrate this early on in their educational career, we're giving them access to probably one of the greatest resources they could have, which is education. We are allowing them to not fall behind in school, but rather stay on track and adapt to their condition.
Amazing what happens to everybody else when we're around folks with disabilities. Learn them more than this person that's excluded. So you got to get involved.
Thank you, Viper Vision. Up next we have April for me. And then after that we have practical on standing. All right, whenever y'all are ready.
We are A Plus Arcade, an extension that gamifies studying to help you level up your studying day. I'm Melinda, this is Raina, Marianne, Rithik, and this is our team. Whoa, I'm getting a note from Noah. Wait,
What are you
Ellen
guys doing?
is not sub-team.
Guys, stop losing focus. You guys are ruining the presentation. See, it's the challenge. Students struggle to study effectively since there are countless distractions online. And like many of us know, we have tight schedules and need to make sure that we're using our time to the best of its use. So, over 2/3 of students stated that they can only go 20 minutes or less without getting distracted, which shows how big of an issue this is.
So in terms of our battles, we can classify our opponents into three main categories. The first being distractions. We found that over 90% of students do most, if not all, of their work on their laptops, where it's really easy to get distracted by things like notifications or even just surfing the web. Our second opponent is going to be burnout. When people are studying for really long periods of time, they often get mentally or emotionally exhausted because they don't know how to allocate their time effectively. And lastly, our final opponent is going to be inefficiency. Because people don't know how to study effectively, they don't have certain study periods or break periods, they don't have any sustainable long-term way to study in a productive manner.
Instead of hitting snooze, how do we solve this issue? A Plus Arcade is a tool to keep learners engaged while studying. With our features, we have a timer where users can set how long they want to study and how long they want to take a break. This way, it helps users set attainable goals while studying. Next, we have a site blocker. Users can block distracting websites such as Instagram and TikTok to strictly focus on their work. This helps users to be productive while studying. And lastly, we have a game. Users, after the study timer is up, users can take a quick break by playing a game for 5 minutes. This helps to avoid burnout from studying. For the demo, we open the Chrome extension to the settings where I can block what website settings. So right now I'm blocking social media websites as well as putting my own website, which is Netflix. I blocked the website and changed the timer to study a little bit more. There, my study session is started. There, I begin to work on my paper. However, my homework is pretty boring, so I go to Netflix. However, I'm immediately restricted from it. There, I continue to work on my paper until my timer is up. After my timer is up, I immediately take it to my game where I can take a quick break for 5 minutes. After the 5 minutes are up, I am taken back to my work. And then for our tech stack, we use HTML and CSS for our front end and JavaScript for our back. So who are the other players in this market? Taking a look at our leaderboard, we compared A Plus Arcade to two of our competitors, Pokemon and Pomodorium. As you can see, all three of these applications do have that game aspect, but the difference that really sets A Plus Arcade apart is that our game is interactive. The other two have these very passive, idle gaming features that are easy to ignore and therefore ineffective to really keep you on task while studying. However, A Plus Arcade, you really like that game. The timers are in your face, like the notification, the blockers, that's all there. You have to interact with the game, as well as we can have the custom timer and the fight blockers to keep us apart. For our go-to market, our target audience are those high school or college students who really get distracted online when doing their work. Basically, anyone who has social media but still needs to get their homework done. We can also expand that audience to some of these working adults, maybe people who work online or virtually who find themselves struggling to keep themselves focused during work hours, and we'll be reaching these audiences through things like tabling at colleges or a lot of online marketing, social media marketing to really get the word out there. Moving on to our business model, we've decided on freemium to really get people acclimated and get used to them using A Plus Arcade in their daily study schedule and hopefully make those upgrades seem more appealing, such as having more games or additional features that we'll go into later. We decided on a price of just $8 a month. Through a lot of market research, we found that the majority of people who are willing to pay for our app are willing to pay $1 or even a little bit more, which will provide opportunity for us to up our revenue in the future.
So how are we going to add to A Plus Arcade in the future? Well, first we want to implement reminders. So we track our users' mouse activity, and if their mouse went idle, we send them a kind reminder to make sure that they are making the most out of their study time. Then we want to implement analytics. This would tell our users their study habits and how to be better studiers. And then finally, we'd want to implement social features. So this would allow our users to add friends, have study sessions with their friends, and play a multiplayer game with their friends. So we're ready to take A+ Arcade to the next level. Are you ready to level up your study game?
Great question. We actually sent out a large survey to a bunch of UT students, just asking them a bunch of questions about their study habits and also what their reactions to an application like ours would be. As you can see, around 30% of our audience did say they were willing to pay for upgraded features, which I think is a pretty good chunk of our audience. And in that 30%, around like half are willing to pay $1, and then the others are willing to pay even more than that. And $1 a month, it's a pretty low price for college students. We know a lot of like applications or just kind of subscriptions market themselves as saying, hey, it's like buying a coffee a month, right? But for these students where even a coffee might be a bit of a stretch, we can say it's literally just $1.
The target audience is college students, or is it younger students?
We're typically focusing on those high school college students, people who might be having a little bit more free reign on the internet while also having those like online works. A lot of us, probably all of us, use Canvas, but we find it easy to maybe go on YouTube or like Netflix while we're working. So it would be kind of those older students.
So are these games that come from other sites, or games that you develop yourself?
So Snake is a game that's like active on a lot of different sites, but we have incorporated it into our application. I think you can tell us a little bit more about how we did that.
Yeah, so the game is just like another game we found on like the web, but we're planning to implement more games.
I guess, how do you plan to measure success? What metrics we use? Like this is a successful study session.
Yeah, so we are in the future we plan to implement analytics like how often you're studying, but also we think this app was really successful based on analyzing our competitors. They had some degree of success, but what we found is that a lot of people who did use their extensions or their applications were somewhat unsatisfied because the game was not as interactive, which is where A+ Arcade comes into play and actually solves that issue.
And oh, sorry.
I was gonna ask, is the KPIs that you're looking for successful studying the amount of time studied, the amount of material studied, or maybe the outcome in student performance or the satisfaction? Like, what are you trying to optimize?
I think we are looking at a lot of that time spent studying. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of students struggle to stay focused for longer periods of time than like 20 minutes or just a couple minutes. With those longer periods of time with our timers, students can see like, hey, I actually did study for like this 30-minute timer I set, or this 1 hour timer I set. And with those analytics that we plan to add later on, students can see this is the number of hours that I've spent studying this week because I've been on this timer. I've been blocked from everything else. So I have been productive for this many hours. Or on the other side, they can also see how many times they like clicked off. How many times did I try to access YouTube? And hopefully using our site blockers, they can see those numbers go down over time.
Just to jump off that for a bit, the game would also enable them to have more study sessions consequently, like consecutively, because they wouldn't get burnt out as fast. So that would increase the experience of it.
That's all the time we have for questions. Thank you, A+ Arcade. Down.
Yep.
$1 billion. Believe it or not, this is the shocking number of deaths caused every year by people not washing their hands.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's 1 billion. That's annually.
That's an eighth of the world's population.
That's what
Where did you get this number?
All right. I mean, if I'm being honest, I was running late. I didn't do the pitch. I just ChatGPT'd it. Dude, you cannot be using ChatGPT for something this important. Well, what can I do then? Oh boy, do I have a solution for you. I'm Arnav. I'm Avik.
And I'm Rishi.
And we, just like many of you, are students and researchers who often find ourselves struggling to find accurate and reliable responses when we find research queries. As you just saw, ChatGPT doesn't actually understand and doesn't have the ability to answer Avik's question. Instead, it hallucinates or artificially generates a number and presents that as fact. And this phenomenon is surprisingly and concerningly common. So we talked to many students, and what we found is that 90% of those surveyed would spend 1 or more hours looking for research papers, and then on top of that, at least another hour verifying if those papers are even valid to their point. This process was described as tedious and confusing, and when AI tools were mixed into this equation, incorrect results were given just as often as useful results. That's where FactFlow steps in. What we do is we provide you an all-in-one solution so that users can learn responsibly. You get a collection of the most relevant research papers, as well as a succinct overview. In this fashion, users are able to answer high-level queries with just a single search.
FactFlow stands out by providing the entire research process in just one product. By using reliable and peer-reviewed resources, we can ensure that we are providing trustworthy resources to enable our users to learn responsibly. And by powering FactFlow with an AI trained on research papers, we are able to answer the most scientific and technical questions. FactFlow works by using retrieval augmented generation. When a user submits their query, our AI generates an AI summary to their response. It retrieves citations to research papers that are directly relevant to their query and pulls paragraphs that are the most relevant and will help the user answer their question the best. Let's take a live look at how FactFlow works. Real quick, does anyone in the audience have a question that they'd like to ask FactFlow?
Question.
Yeah, right here.
What does a person's resting heart rate indicate about their overall cardiovascular health?
So as soon as Rishi hits enter, our backend will run our retrieval augmented generation. And as you can see at the top, we have a direct response to the result. And below that, we have multiple references, each with different paragraphs that are relevant to the user query. Right below the user query, we can see links that the user can go to find out more information about their query. So FactFlow's AI is built using an open source Hugging Face model to perform embeddings and the Llama Index framework to perform information retrieval. Our backend uses the Flask API, as well as Firebase for our database solution, and the Tably API, which is an AI search engine that pulls the most relevant research papers. We also use React.js for our project.
Now it's time to ask the question, how do we stack up against the competition? While some products on the market do more than ChatGPT, none of them have FactFlow's paragraph-level info retrieval and full pipeline, both of which come together to ensure that our users feel confident while they learn responsibly. FactFlow is designed for researchers at all levels and in all fields. To begin with, though, we plan on targeting labs at the University of Texas at Austin. We've already spoken with multiple professors at UT, all of whom have expressed interest in accessing FactFlow and purchasing it to improve their students' research experiences. In the future, we also plan on targeting students directly, as we've come to realize by talking to our peers that FactFlow is not only useful for those involved in research, but also those just participating in higher education. FactFlow will be sold using a query-based model, in which labs of all sizes can find a perfect price for their needs. By allowing users to spend reduced per query rates at higher query quantities, we will ensure that even larger labs feel incentivized to purchase FactFlow. And by offering a discount for our annual subscription, we will promote long-term partnerships with our users. As we continue developing FactFlow, we plan on improving our product in a number of ways. First, we plan on improving our open source Hugging Face model so it returns even better results. We also want to give users the ability to store and organize their past queries for further review. And finally, we plan on implementing DocChat, a feature that will allow users to ask follow-up questions to a specific document. As we've seen, ChatGPT and other popular sources are unreliable, decreasing the effectiveness of the research process.
With Backflow, you can trust that answers will be reliable and accurate. With Backflow, you won't have to struggle through research anymore. With Backflow, you can learn responsibly. And to show just how reliable Backflow is, we actually want to give each of the judges the opportunity to demo our product as we move into the question stage of our presentation.
Sort of research queries getting inside those K databases, wall tables. Does that third party plugin do that? I can't remember what the name of it was.
Yeah, it was Tably. It doesn't, but we get access to every single free article or research paper that's on the internet.
So if you can, and as somebody who's done the dissertation,
Right.
that level of research, you gotta get into those wall.
That's actually
databases.
one of our next
So what's your plan for that? Because that would be the one thing if you could do it would make this.
Yeah, so from the business end of things, we plan on partnering with some of these paid research practitioners as we advance our product, and once we have more credibility and backing behind our name, we believe that they will also feel incentivized to partner with our product, offer us our product directly so that users' money is thereby being funneled towards them as we pay them for access to the resource, because it will mean that more users are accessing the resource, thereby proving the credibility of
If this is a shot, I think it should be better used. Because other databases are so hard to access and so hard to use. They're a way to easily curate the free over reputable article. Their usage would go off the charts. More people would use the database. So,
Another point to that is a lot of professors at Research Under have consistently complained that they have to upload their papers like these paid websites, like they want their research out there.
Yeah, it's all.
So that's out of our control, but I've seen it happen where there's sites that are free, like they're kind of illegal, but they exist.
Yeah, but if you can solve that, I mean, you're solving a problem that was just hard 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Exactly.
How did you decide on queries based prices? Like, why did you use queries as base?
Yeah, so we actually had the opportunity to speak to a number of professors, both in planning for a product and actually after our product was implemented. One professor in specific, who's actually a professor here at the CS department with the Freshman Research Initiative, he sees numerous students who are just brand new to research in his lab each year through this program. And so we actually talked to him about potential pricing models and what he would be willing to pay. And he was really keen on this query-based model because as we mentioned, we want our pricing to be available to labs of all sizes, right? So there might be some very large labs that are primarily built for graduate students. They may not need as many queries. They don't want to pay as much just because they're larger labs. Whereas some smaller labs, like the professor we spoke to, he doesn't have as many undergraduates in his lab each year, but because they're onboarding research, because it's a novel experience for them, he understands that it will be more extensive of a strain on our products and we should thereby charge a little bit more for our product. Case. Do we have any additional questions?
Your time for one more for you. If not, thank you, Franco. With that, we're going to go into judge deliberation. So we're going to take around 30 to 40 minutes to come to the decision, and then we'll go into our award ceremony after that. Okay, for those of you who are Fall 23 members, we have your t-shirt in the lobby. If you're a Fall 23 member. And as well for crew quarters in. We're also out there. All right, and then we have a room to go.
It's so long. Whoa.
Why you have this? You're the first talking
Hello, testing. Hello. Hello, testing. 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 Thanks. Testing. Testing. Oh. I'm in front of the room. I think there's a delay. Okay. Testing. Don't be a hero.
Oh yeah, oh.
I'm coming into it now. The
feel a little sad. Yeah, me too. That's one thing actually.
Everywhere. Brother. Oh.
The only thing there, that's what we play the live stream, into the live stream. What have you always had experience? Yeah, the past 20 minutes. Dude, if you wanna.
That's it. So I saw Elizabeth's board director, but he wasn't here.
No, it's her birthday today. Yeah. So
So
Matt's gonna
I
come on.
sponsored- I sponsored her.
She told me about that.
So you obviously know.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask you to go down there.
Nah, not sure. Oh, no, I'm No, I didn't think I'd go back.
Lawyer.
All right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
First off, thank y'all. And I want y'all to thank yourselves and thank your leads really quickly. With a quick round of applause. Y'all have all put in a lot of work over the course of this semester. I'm sure you have learned a lot and you've built something cool. And well, we're excited with what y'all have built. And we heavily encourage y'all to continue working on these projects after this day is over. Continue working on them over the summer and reach out to us if there's anything you want to, resources, because I'm sure the Convergent community, such as you at least, are here to help you continue growing on your project. Also, another resource I wanted to shout out is UT Genesis is a VC fund for idea stage student startups, and they can be a little bit further than that. And they invest in ideas just like these with no equity. So they wanted to hear about these Convergent projects. So feel free to reach out if you're interested in that if you're going to continue working on your project. One more announcement before we get into it. The applications to be an officer are open for next semester. They're due next Wednesday. Here's the QR code. It's also been sent out in class in the SP24 general. So yeah, we look forward to you all applying. But without further ado, it's time for the awards. So the judges would like to announce the awards. To get started, we Jenna with that.
First off, there are a million things to do every day. So the big question is, how do we spend our 24 hours making the most of each day to be the best version of ourselves and for our community? Would it be changing the world, or would it be sitting at your desk doing the same 3 things over and over again? This team identified a prevalent problem and created a positive, sustainable, and B2B solution for all communities to be productive and impactful right here, right now, in a whoosh.
Okay, next to the step design, the team we chose addressed the user need with a clean and informative interface. We really like how they address both the user and the business side of the solution. That team is Reframe.
So our next the award you get. You get it. No, the next company really struck me deep in my heart. I teach an accessibility class, 2 accessibility classes here at UT. One of the things I always talk about is the integration of visually impaired and hearing impaired students into the classroom, because right now we put them all in separate schools, and it creates this segregation that limits the interaction that really needs to happen. So we were totally excited about the demo and the potential applications of Viper Vision.
Yeah, we'll get lots of yeah.
All right, for my category, best presentation. Best presentations obviously have to be engaging and fun. Presentations really are all about storytelling. Can you tell a story? Can you engage the audience immediately? And can you change hearts and minds? And also, it's really hard to go first. Stampede. Wait, pass it down, pass it down. One, two rows, one, two rows. One, two rows.
Friday has to be in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Hey, where's Friday? Oh, yeah. Friday.
So there were a lot of really great presentations tonight. A lot of people could be in the runner-up category. For me, big reason that I love working in tech, a big reason that I get up in the morning is trying to make the world we live in a little bit better with tech. Right? There were several pitches tonight that address that. The one that was near and dear to my heart, looking to reduce inequity in America, specifically within the health care system. Good job.
No, I'll go on the phone. All right, my friends, this is it. We saw a lot of amazing presentations tonight. One rose to the top, and I can't wait to start using this for my own research. Backflow.
So thank you all for such an amazing demo day and an amazing semester. All of y'all projects were just like, well, they blew out of the water. They were fantastic. And I just want to give a huge round of applause to you all, the members. Norbert really makes Convergent great, and I can't wait for this board to keep doing great things. But for now, thank you all for coming. Thank you for such a great demo day. I have t-shirts for y'all. Sorry.